Chapter 1. Cotswold Omni is no man's fool. If you want views about the world's news, read what Cotswold Omni calls the View's papers. There is plenty in them that thoroughly zealous people believe. But remember the wise old ambassador's word of caution to his new subordinate. And above all, no zeal. If you want raw facts devoid of any zeal, whatever, try the cafes and the clubs. But you must sort the facts and correlate them for yourself. And whether or not that process shall leave you capable of thought of any kind must depend entirely on your own ability. Thereafter, though you may never again believe a newspaper, you will understand them, and if you are reasonably human, sympathize. There used to be a cafe in Vienna where a man might learn enough in 50 minutes to convince him that Europe was riding carelessly to ruin. But that was before 1914, when the riders, using rein and spur at last, rode straight for it. There is still a club in Delhi where you may pick up odds and ends of information from over the Pamirs, from Nepal, from Samarkand, Turkestan, Arabia, and the Caucasus, all mixed up with fragments from the Olapodrida of races known collectively as India. And having pieced them all together, you may go mad there, as comfortably as in Colney Hatch, but with this advantage that nobody will interfere with you, provided you pay your bills on the first of the month and refrain from sitting on 2 newspapers while you read a third. It is a good club of the die-hard kind, fairly comfortable, famous for its curry. It has done more to establish empire and to breed ill will than any other dozen institutions. Its members do not boast, but are proud of the fact that no Indian, not even a Maharaja, has ever set foot over its threshold. Yet they are hospitable, if a man knows how to procure the proper introduction. No women are admitted on any pretense, and by keeping quiet in a long-armed chair you may receive an education. You may learn, for instance, who is and who is not important, and precisely why. You may come to understand how the old guard everywhere inevitably must die in the last ditch. And if you have it in you, you will admire the old guard without trying to pretend that you agree with them. But above all, you may study the naked shape of modern history as she is never written, history in the bathroom, so to speak. And once in a while, you may piece together a dozen assorted facts into a true story that is worth more than all the printed histories and all the guidebooks added together. Not that the club members realize it. They are usually bored and almost always thinking about income tax and indigestion, coupled with why in thunder so-and-so was fool enough to bid no trumps and trust to his partner to hold the necessary ace. When Omni turned up at the club after 3 years in a forest, he produced a refreshing ripple on a calm that had grown monotonous. For a week, there had been nothing to discuss but politics, in which there is no news nowadays but only repetition of complaint. But Cotswold Omni, the last of the old-time foresters, and one of the few remaining men in India whom the new democracy has not reduced to a sort of scapegoat rubber stamp, stirred memories and conjecture. His turn for the guillotine. He has done too damned well for 20 years not to have his head cut off. I'll bet you some babu politician gets his job. You'll have to make that bet with Omni, if he's mad enough. Didn't you hear poor Willoughby was killed? That leaves Jenkins at the head of Omni's department, and they've hated each other since Jenkins turned down Omni's younger sister, and Omni told him what he thought about it. Not that the girl wasn't fortunate in a way. She married Terry later on and died. Who'd not rather die than have to live with Jenkins? Willoughby always considered Omni to be a reincarnation of Solon or Socrates, plus Aristides crossed on Hypatia, Willoughby --, but everybody knew the ins and outs of that news. A fat babu in a dirty pink turban that would have scared any self-respecting horse, driving a second-hand Ford with one eye on the Punjabi constabile at the street crossing, bumped into and broke the wheel of Willoughby's dog cart, setting any number of sequences in motion. The horse bolted, tipped out Willoughby, who was killed under a tram car, and crashed into Amram Chhatterchand and Company's open storefront, where blood from the horse's shoulder spoiled 2 bales of imported silk. A lawsuit to recover 10 times the value of the silk was commenced against Willoughby's estate that afternoon. Mrs. Willoughby had to borrow money from friends to carry on with. The babu put on full speed, naturally, and tried to escape down a side street, of which there are as many and as narrow ones in Delhi as in any city of its size. He ran over a Bengali, which nobody except the Bengali minded very much, knocked down 2 Sikhs, which was important because they were on their way to a religious ceremony. Righteous indignation is very bad stuff when spilled in the street, and finally jammed the Ford between a bullock cart and a lamppost where the pride of Detroit collapsed into scrap. The owner of the bullock cart, a Jat with a wart on his nose, which his mother-in-law had always insisted would bring bad luck, she said so at the trial later on, and brought 3 witnesses to prove it, was carrying for an extortionate price a native of a far northern state, who had recently arrived by train without a ticket, and who knew how to be prompt and violent. The man from Spiti, which is the name of the northern state, descended from his perch at the rear of the cart, picked up a spoke that the collision had broken away, and hit the babu with it exactly once between the eyes. The babu died neatly without saying anything, and a hot crowd of 9 nationalities that was glad to see anybody die with politics the way they had been for a year or two applauded. The man from Spiti vanished. The constabile arrested the owner of the bullock cart, who turned his face skyward and screamed, "Aye!" once, which was duly noted in a memorandum book for use as evidence against him. 17 onlookers being questioned all gave false names and addresses, but swore that the Jat with the wart had attacked the babu, and a wakil, which is a person entitled to practice law, who knew all about the Jat's recent inheritance from his uncle, offered legal services that were accepted on the spot. Presently, in the jail, a jemadar and 2 constables put the Jat through a hideously painful 3rd degree, which left no marks on him but did induce him to part with money, most of which was spent on a debauch that ended in the jemadar being reduced to the ranks, since the wakil objected on principle to sharing the loot of the Jat with anyone, and therefore righteously exposed the jemadar's abominable drunkenness. Meanwhile, the native papers took the matter up and proved to 9 points of decimals that the incident was wholly due to British arrogance and the neglect of public duty by an overpaid alien hegemony, demonstrating, among other things, that the British are a race whose crass materialism is an insult to the spiritual soul of India, and whose playing fields of Eton are an ashbed from which arise swarms of phoenixes to suck the lifeblood of conquered peoples. Excellent journalese conceived on the historic principle that if you make sufficient smell, you are sure to annoy somebody, and he who is annoyed will make mistakes, which you may then gleefully expose. The Sikhs who had been knocked down by the Ford accused the obsequious servants of alien tyranny, meaning the police, of having tried to prevent them from attending their religious ceremony. The fact being that the police had taken them to the hospital in an ambulance. The entire Sikh community, in consequence, refused to pay taxes, which set up another sequence of cause and effect, culminating in a yell of "Banda Mataram," as 3,000 or 4,000 second-year students, who were not Sikhs, rushed foaming at the mouth into the Chandni Chowk, which is a business thoroughfare, with the intention of looting the silversmiths and putting the whole city to the torch. A fire engine dispersed them, but the stream of water from the hose ruined the contents of Chandapal's drugstore. Chandapal called in an actuary who possessed a compound geometrical imagination and sent in a bill to the government that is still unpaid, and, having failed to collect immediately, he wrote to a friend who was an undergraduate at Oxford, with the result that a member of Parliament for one of the Welsh constituencies asked at question time whether it was true that the Viceroy of India in person had high-handedly confiscated without compensation all the drugs in the Punjab, and if so, why? The answer from the Treasury bench was, "No, sir." But the foreign correspondents omitted to mention that so the French, Scandinavian and United States newspapers had it in headlines that "British in India inaugurate new reign of terror, goods confiscated, revolution threatened." A bishop in South Africa preached a sermon on the subject. 37 members of the IWW who were serving a term in San Quentin went on a sympathetic hunger strike and were locked up in the dungeon. And a congressman from somewhere in the Middle West wrote a speech that filled 5 pages of the record. Stocks fell several points. Jenkins stepped into Willoughby's official shoes. However, clocks continued ticking, Roosters crowed. The sun appeared on schedule time. And Willoughby's funeral was marked by dignified simplicity. Except that he hugely regretted his friend Willoughby, Cotswold Omni cared for none of these things. He sat near the electric fan in a corner of the club smoking room, aware that he was being discussed, but also quite sure that he did not mind it. He had been discussed, on and off, ever since he came to India. He looked quite unlike Hypatia, whatever Willoughby may have thought of his character. "Willoughby overrated him," said somebody. "You can't tell me Omni or any other man is such a mixture of marvels as Willoughby made out. Besides, he's a bachelor. Socrates wasn't." "Oh, Omni's human, but, well, you know what he's done in that forest. It was raw, red wilderness when he was sent there. Now you can stand on a rock and see 90 miles of trees whichever way you care to look. Besides, dogs love him. Did you see that great dog of his outside? You can't fool that kind of dog, you know. They say he knows the tigers personally and can talk the jungle bat. There was only one other man who ever learned that language, and he committed suicide. All the same, he's not the only man who's done good work, and I've heard stories." Do any of you remember Terry, Jack Terry, the MD, who married Omni's young sister? One of those delightful madmen who are really so sane that the rest of us can't understand them, had weird theories about obstetrics, nearly got foul of his profession by preaching that music was an absolute necessity at childbirth, wanted the government to train symphony orchestras to play the overture to Leonore while the birth takes place. Perfectly mad, but a corking good surgeon. Always dead broke, from handing out his pay to beggars. Broke, that is, until he met Marmaduke. Remember Marmaduke? Dead too, isn't he? Wasn't he the American who endowed a mission somewhere in the hills? Yes, at Tilggon, Marmaduke was another madman, absolutely mad, and as gentle as sunrise. Quiet man, who swore like a trooper at the mention of religion. Made his money in Chicago, slaughtering hogs, or so I heard. Wrote a book on astrology that only ran to one edition. I sold my copy for 10 times what I paid for it. I tell you, Marmaduke was madder than Gandhi. They say he left America to keep the elders of the church he belonged to from having him locked up in an asylum. The mission he founded at Tilggon caused no end of a stir at the time. Surely you remember that. There were letters to the Times, and an archbishop raised a shindy in the House of Lords. Marmaduke's theory was that, as he couldn't understand Christianity, it was safe to premise that people whose religion was a mixture of degraded Buddhism and devil worship couldn't understand it either. So he founded a Buddhist mission to teach them their own religion. No, he wasn't a Buddhist. I don't know what his religion was. I only know he was a decent fellow, fabulously rich and absolutely mad. He persuaded Jack Terry to chuck the service and become the mission medico, teach hygiene to men from Spiti and Bhutan, like teaching drought to the Atlantic. Jack Terry married Omni's sister about a week before leaving for Tilggon, and none of us ever saw them alive again. Now, I remember. There was a 9-day scandal or a mystery or something. You bet there was. Terry and his wife vanished. Marmaduke was carpeted but couldn't or wouldn't explain, and he died before they could make things hot for him. Then they gave Omni long leave and sent him up to Tilggon to investigate. That was, by gad, that was 20 years ago. Good Lord, how time flies. Omni discovered nothing. Or, if he did discover anything, he said nothing. He's a great hand at doing that, by all accounts. But it leaked out that Marmaduke had appointed Omni a trustee under his will. There was another trustee, a red-headed American woman. At least I heard she's red-headed. Maybe she isn't, named Hannah Sanborn, who has been running the mission ever since. She was not much more than a girl at the time, I remember. And the third trustee was a Tibetan. Nobody had ever heard of him, and I've never met a man who saw him. But I'm told he's a ring-ding jelong llama, and I've also heard that Omni has never seen him. The whole thing's a mystery. It doesn't seem particularly discreditable to Omni. What are you hinting at? Nothing. Only Omni has influence. You've noticed, I dare say, he always gets what he goes after. If you ask me, there's an even chance he may get Jenkins if he cares to. That's notorious. Whoever goes after Omni's scalp gets left at the post. What's the secret? I don't know. Nobody seems to. There's Marmaduke's money, of course. Omni handles some of it. I don't suggest fraud or any rot like that, but money's strange stuff. Control of it gives a man power. Omni's influence is out of all proportion to his job, and I've heard, mind you, I don't know how true it is, that he's hand and glove with every political fugitive from the north who has sneaked down south to let the clouds roll by during the last 20 years. They even said Omni was on the inside of the Mopler business. You know the Moplers didn't burn his bungalow. They say he simply asked them not to. Can you beat that? And it's a fact that he stayed in his forest all through that rebellion. Omni was restless over in his corner. His obstinate jaw was only half concealed by a close-clipped, greying beard, and there was grim humour on his lips. Having done more than any living man to pull the sting out of the Mopler rebellion, hints to the contrary hardly amused him. He was angry, obviously angry. However, one man claimed casual acquaintance and dropped into the next chair. Expecting to stay long in Delhi? I don't know. I hope not. Care to sell me that wolfhound? Omni's reserve broke down. He had to talk to somebody. That dog? Sell her. She's the sum total of 20 years' effort. She's all I've done. The Inquisitor leaned back, partly to hide his own face, partly to see Omni's in a more distinct light. He suspected sunstroke, or the after-effects of malaria. But Omni, having emerged from his reserve, continued, I don't suppose I'm different from anybody else. At least not from any other reasonably decent fellow. Made a lot of mistakes, of course. Done a lot of things I wish I hadn't. Been a bally-ass on suitable occasion. But I've worked. Damned hard. India has had all the best of me, and damn her, I haven't grudged it. Don't regret it either. I'd do it again. But there's nothing to show for it all. Except a forest, they tell me. A forest half-grown that corrupt politicians will play ducks and drakes with. A couple of thousand villagers who are now being taught by those same politicians that everything they've learned from me is no good. A ruined constitution and that dog. That's all I can show for 20 years' work. And like some others, I've had my heart in it. I think I know how a missionary feels when his flock walks out on him. I'm a failure. We're all failures. The world is going to pieces under our hands. What I've taught that dog is all I can really claim by way of accomplishment. That particular Inquisitor lost enthusiasm. He did not like madmen. He withdrew and considered Omni in a corner behind a newspaper, sotto voce. Another not-so-casual acquaintance dropped into the vacant chair and was greeted with a nod. You've been absent so long you ought to see things with a fresh eye, Omni. Do you think India's breaking up? I've thought so for 20 years. How long before we have to clear out? The sooner the better. For us? I mean for India. I should have thought you would be the last man to say that. You've done your bit. They tell me you've changed a desert into a splendid forest. Do you want to see it all cut down, the lumber wasted and— Omni pulled out his watch and tapped his finger on the dial. I had it cleaned and repaired recently, he remarked. The man charged me a fair price. But after I had paid the bill, he didn't have the impudence to keep the watch for fear I might ruin it again. India has a perfect right to go to hell her own way. Surgery and hygiene are good, but I don't believe in being governed by the medical profession. Cleaning up corrupted countries is good, but to stay on after we've been asked to quit is bad manners, and they're worse than breaking all 10 commandments. Besides, we don't know much, or we'd have done much better. You think India is ripe for self-government? When things are ripe, they fall or decay on the tree, said Omni. There's a time to stand aside and let 'em grow. There's such a thing as too much nursing. Then you're willing to chuck your forest job? I have chucked it. Oh, resigned? Going to draw your pension? No, pension wouldn't be due for 2 years yet, and I don't need it. India has had the use of me for 23 years at a fair price. I'd be satisfied if she was. But she isn't, and I'm proud, so I'll be damned if I'll accept a pension. Omni was left alone again. That news of his resignation was too good to be kept, even for a minute. Within 5 minutes it was all over the club, and men were speculating as to the real reason, since nobody ever gives anyone credit, and wisely perhaps for the motives that he makes public. Jenkins has succeeded Willoughby. Omni knows jolly well that Jenkins has it in for him. He's pulling out ahead of the landslide, that's what. I don't believe it. Omni has guts and influence enough to boost 10 Jenkinses. There's more than that in it. There never was a man like Omni for keeping secrets up his sleeve. You know he's in the Secret Service? That's easy to say, but who said so? Believe it or not, I'll bet. I'll bet he stays in India. I'll bet he dies in harness. I'll bet any money in reason he goes straight from here to McGregor's office. More than that, I'll bet McGregor sent for him and that he didn't resign from the forestry without talking it over with McGregor first. He's deep, is Cotswold Omni, deep. He's no man's fool. There's no man alive but McGregor who knows what Omni will do next. Anybody want to bet about it? The remainder of the conversation at the club that noon rippled off into widening rings of reminiscence, all set up by Omni's arrival on the scene, and mostly interesting. But to stay and listen would have been to be sidetracked, which is the inevitable fate of gossips. There was a story in the wind that, if the club had known it, would have set all Delhi by the ears. He who would understand the plains must ascend the eternal hills, where a man's eyes scan infinity. But he who would make use of understanding must descend onto the plains, where past and future meet, and men have need of him. Chapter 2. Number 1 of the Secret Service. Omni did go straight to McGregor, but he and Diana, his enormous wolfhound, walked, and club bets had to be called off because there was no cab driver from whom the Chuprasi could bludgeon information. Neither his nor Diana's temper was improved by the behavior of the crowd. The dog's size and apparent ferocity cleared a course, but that convenience was not so pleasant as the manners of 20 years ago, when men made way for an Englishman without hesitation, without dreaming of doing anything else. The thrice-breathed air of Delhi gave him melancholia. It was not agreeable to see men spit with calculated insolence. The heat made the sweat drip from his beard onto the bosom of a new silk shirt. The smell of over-civilized, unnaturally clothed humans was nauseating. By the time he reached an unimaginably ugly, rawly new administration building, he felt about as sweetly reasonable as a dog with hydrophobia, and was tired, with feet accustomed to the softness and ears used to the silence of long jungle lanes. However, his spirits rose as he approached the steps. He may have made a signal because the moment the Chuprasi saw him, he straightened himself suddenly and ran before him, upstairs and along a corridor. By the time Omni reached a door with no name on it at the far end of the building, the Chuprasi was waiting to open it, had already done the announcing, had already seen a said-to-be important personage shown out with scant excuses through another door. The Chuprasi's salam was that of a worshipper of secrets. To a man who knows secrets and can keep them, there is no more marrow-deep obeisance in the world than that. And now, no ceremony. The office door clicked softly with a spring lock and shut out the world that bows and scrapes to hide its enmity and spits to disguise self-conscious meanness. A man sat at a desk and grinned. Sit, smoke, take your coat off. Sun in your eyes? Try the other chair. Dog need water. Give her some out of the filter. Now? John McGregor passed cigars and turned his back toward a laden desk. He was a middle-sized, middle-aged man with snow-white hair in a crisp mass that would have been curly if he had let it grow long enough. His white mustache made him look older than his years, but his skin was young and reddish, although that again was offset by crow's feet at the corners of noticeably dark grey eyes. His hands looked like a conjurer's. He could do anything with them, even to keeping them perfectly still. So you've actually turned in your resignation? We grow, he remarked, laughing. Everything grows. Except me, I'm in the same old rut. I'll get the axe, get pensioned someday, dreadful fate. Did you have your interview with Jenkins? What happened? I can see you had the best of it, but how? Omni laid 3 letters on the desk, purple ink on faded paper, in a woman's handwriting. McGregor laughed aloud, one bark like the cry of a fox that scents its quarry on the fluke of a changing wind. Perfect, he remarked, picking up the letters and beginning to read the top one. Did you blackmail him? I did. I could have saved you that trouble, you know. I could have broken him. He deserves it, said McGregor, knitting his brows over the letter in his hand. Man, he certainly deserves it. If we all got our deserts, the world would stand still. Omni chose a cigar and bit the end off. He's a more than half-efficient bureaucrat. Let India suck him dry and spew him forth presently to end his days at Surbiton or Cheltenham. McGregor went on reading, holding his breath. "Have you read these?" he asked suddenly. Omni nodded. McGregor chewed at his moustache and made noises with his teeth that brought Diana's ears up, cocked alertly. "Man, they're pitiful. Imagine a brute like Jenkins having such a hold on anyone, and he— Good God! He ought to have been hanged. No, that's too good for him. I suppose there's no human law that covers such a case." "None," Omni answered grimly. "But I'm pious. I think there's a higher law that adjusts that sort of thing eventually. If not, I'd have killed the brute myself." "Listen to this." "Don't read 'em aloud, Mac." "It's sacrilege, and I'm raw. It was at least partly my fault." "Don't be an idiot." "It was, Mac. Elsa wasn't so many years younger than me, but even when we were kids, we were more like father and child than brother and sister. She had the spirituality and the brains. I had the brute strength and was presumed to have the common sense. It made a rather happy combination. As soon as I got settled in the forest, I wrote home to her to come out and keep house for me. I used to trust Jenkins in those days. It was I who introduced them. Jenkins introduced her to Cananda Pal." "That swine." "No, he wasn't such a swine as Jenkins," said Omni. "Cananda Pal was a poor devil who was born into a black art family. He didn't know any better. His father used to make him stare into ink pools and all that devilment before he was knee-high to a duck. He used to do stunts with spooks and things. Jenkins, on the other hand, had a decent heritage and ditched it. It was he who invited Cananda Pal to hypnotize Elsa. Between the two of them, they did a devil's job of it. She almost lost her mind, and Jenkins had the filthy gall to use that as excuse for breaking the engagement." "My God! But think if he had married her. Man. "True, but think of the indecency of making that excuse. I called in Fred Terry. Top-hole, generous, gallant, gay. Man, what a delightful fellow Terry was," said McGregor. "Did he really fall in love with her? You know, he was recklessly generous enough to—" "Yes," said Omni. "He almost cured her, and he fell in love. She loved him. Don't see how any real woman could have helped it. But Jenkins and Cananda Pal, oh, curse them both." "Amen," remarked McGregor. "Well, we've got what we want. How did you hear of these letters? Just think of it. That poor girl writing to a brute like Jenkins to give her mind back to her, so that she may— Oh, my God. I saw Cananda Pal before he died. That was recently. He was quite sorry about his share in the business. He tried to put all the blame on Jenkins. You know how rotters always accuse each other when the cat's out of the bag. He told me of the letters, so I went to Jenkins yesterday, and having resigned, I was in position to be rather blunt. In fact, I was damn blunt. He denied their existence at first, but he handed them over when I explained what I intended to do if he didn't." "I wonder why he'd kept them," said McGregor. "The pig had kept them to prove she was mad if anyone should ever accuse him of having wronged her," Omni answered. "Do they read like a mad woman's letters?" Man. "They're pitiful. They read like the letters of a drug addict, struggling to throw off the cursed stuff, and all the while crying for it. Lord save us, what a time Fred Terry must have had." "Increasingly rarely," said Omni. "He had almost cured her." The attacks were intermittent. "Terry heard of a sacred place in the hills, a sort of Himalayan lords, I take it, and they set off together 20 years ago to find the place. I never found a trace of them, but I heard rumors, and I've always believed they disappeared into the Arbor country." "Where they probably were crucified," McGregor added grimly. "I don't know," said Omni. "I've heard tales about a mysterious stone in the Aber country that's supposed to have magic qualities. Terry probably heard about it too, and he was just the man to go in search of it. I've also heard it said that the masters live in the Abhor Valley." McGregor shook his head and smiled. "Still harping on that string? 100 million people, at a very conservative estimate of whom at least 1 million are thinkers, believe that the masters exist," Omni retorted. "Who are you and I to say they don't? If they do, and if they're in the Arbor Valley, I propose to prove it." McGregor's smile widened to a grin. "Men who are as wise as they are said to be would know how to keep out of sight. The Mahatmas, or masters, as you call them, are a mare's nest, Omni, old man. However, there may be something in the other rumor. By the way, Who's this adopted daughter of Miss Sanburn? Never heard of her. You're trustee of the Marmaduke mission, aren't you? Know Miss Sanburn intimately? When did you last see her? A year ago. She comes to Delhi once a year to meet me on the mission business. About once in 3 years I go to Tilggon. I'm due there now. And you never heard of an adopted daughter? Then listen to this. McGregor opened a file and produced a letter written in English on cheap ruled paper. This is from number 888, Sirdar Sirohe Singh of Tilggon, who has been on the secret roster since before my time. His home is somewhere near the mission. Number 888 to number 1, important. Miss Sanburn of mission near here did procure fragment of crystal jade by unknown means, same having been broken from antiquity of unknown whereabouts and being reputed to possess mysterious qualities. Miss Sanburn's adopted daughter, get that, intending to return same, was prevented by theft of fragment, female thief being subsequently murdered by being thrown from precipice, after which fragment disappeared totally. Search for fragment being now conducted by anonymous individuals. Should say much trouble will ensue unless recovery is prompt and secret. Miss Sanburn's adopted daughter, get that again, has vanished. Should advise much precaution not to arouse public curiosity. 888. What do you make of it? Asked McGregor. Nothing, never heard of an adopted daughter. Then what do you make of this? McGregor's left hand went into a desk drawer, and something the color of deep seawater over a sandy bottom flashed in the sunlight as Omni caught it. He held it to the light. It was stone, not more than 2 inches thick at the thickest part, and rather larger than the palm of his hand. It was so transparent he could see his fingers through it. Yet it was almost fabulously green. One side was curved and polished so perfectly that it felt like wet soap to the touch. The other side was nearly a plain surface, only slightly uneven, as if it had been split off from another piece. It looks like jade, said Omni. It is. But did you ever see jade like it? Hold it to the light again. There was not a flaw. The sun shone through it as through glass, except that when the stone was moved, there was a vague obscurity, as if the plane where the breakage had occurred in some way distorted the light. Keep on looking at it, said McGregor, watching. No, thanks. Omni laid the stone on his knee and deliberately glanced around the room from one object to another. I rebel against that stuff instinctively. You recognize the symptoms? Yes, there's a polished black granite sphere in the crypt of a ruined temple near Darjeeling that produces the same sort of effect when you stare at it. I'm told the Kaaba at Mecca does the same, but that's hearsay. Put the stone in your pocket, said McGregor. Keep it there a day or two. It's the fragment that's missing from Tilggon, and you'll discover it has peculiar properties. Talk with Chhatterchand about it. He can tell you something interesting. He tried to explain to me, but it's over my head. Secret Service kills imagination. I live in a mess of statistics and card indexes that'd mummify a Sibyl. All the same, I suspect that piece of jade will help you to trace the Terrys, and if you dare to take a crack at the Abhor country. How did you come by the stone? Asked Omni. I sent C-99, that's Tin Lal, to Tilggon to look into rumors of trouble up there. Tin Lal used to be a good man, although he was always a thorough-paced rascal. But the service isn't what it used to be, Omni. Even our best men are taking sides nowadays or playing for their own hand. India's going to the dogs. Tin Lal came back and reported everything quiet at Tilggon, said the murders were mere family feuds. But he took that piece of jade to Chhatterchand, the jeweler, and offered it for sale, told a lame duck story. Chhatterchand put him off, kept the stone for appraisal, and brought it to me. I provided Tin Lal, naturally, with a year behind the bars. No, not on account of the stone. He had committed plenty of crimes to choose from. I chose a little one just to discipline him. But here's the interesting part. Either Tin Lal talked in the jail, or someone followed him from Tilggon. Anyway, someone traced that piece of jade to this office. I have had an anonymous letter about it. Worth attention. Interesting. You'll notice it's signed with a glyph. I've never seen a glyph quite like it. And the handwriting is an educated woman's. Read it for yourself. He passed to Omni an exquisitely fashioned silver tube with a cap at either end. Omni shook out a long sheet of very good English writing paper. It was ivory-colored, heavy, and scented with some kind of incense. There was no date, no address, no signature except a peculiar glyph, rather like an ancient, much simplified Chinese character. The writing was condensed into the middle of the page, leaving very wide margins, and had been done with a fine steel pen. The stone that was brought from Tilggon by Tin Lal and was offered for sale by him to Chhatterchand is one that no honourable man would care to keep from its real owners. There is merit in a good deed, and the reward of him who does justly without thought of reward is tenfold. There are secrets not safe to be pried into. There is light too bright to look into. There is truth more true than can be told. If you will change the colour of the sash on the chuprasi at the front door, one shall present himself to you to whom you may return the stone with absolute assurance that it will reach its real owners. Honesty and happiness are one. The truth comes not to him who is inquisitive, but to him who does what is right and leaves the result to destiny. Omni examined the writing minutely, sniffed the paper, held it to the light, then picked up the tube and examined that. "Who brought it?" he asked. "I don't know. It was handed to the chuprasi by a native he says he thinks was disguised." "Did you try changing the chuprasi's sash?" "Naturally. A deaf and dumb man came. He looked like a Tibetan. He approached the chuprasi and touched his sash, so the chuprasi brought him up to me. He was unquestionably deaf and dumb, stone deaf, and half of his tongue was missing. The drums of his ears had been bored through, when he was a baby, probably. I showed him the stone and he tried to take it from me. I had to have him forcibly ejected from the office, and of course I had him followed, but he disappeared utterly after wandering aimlessly all over Delhi until nearly midnight. I have had a lookout kept, but he seems to have vanished without trace. Have you drawn any conclusions?" McGregor smiled. "I never draw them before it's safe to say they're proved. But a young woman almost certainly wrote that letter. Miss Sandburn's adopted daughter, who I don't believe exists," said Omni, "is reported by 888, who has hitherto always been reliable, to have disappeared. She disappeared, if she ever did exist, from Tilggon. The stone unquestionably came from Tilggon, and it seems to have been in Miss Sandburn's possession in the mission. Ergo, just as a flying hypothesis, Miss Sandburn's adopted daughter may have written that letter. If so, she's in Delhi, because the ink on that paper had not been dry more than an hour or two when it reached me. Have you searched the hotels?" "Of course, and the trains are being watched." "I'm curious to meet Hannah Sandburn's adopted daughter," said Omni dryly. "I've known Hannah ever since she came to India more than 20 years ago. I've been co-trustee ever since Marmaduke died, and I don't believe Hannah Sandburn has kept a single secret from me. In fact, it has been the other way. She has passed most of her difficult personal problems along to me for solution. I've a dozen files full of her letters, of which I dare say 5% are purely personal. I think I know all her private business. As recently as last year, when we met here in Delhi, well, never mind. But if she had an adopted daughter or an entanglement of any kind, I think I'd know it." "Women are damned deep," McGregor answered. "Well, we've not much to go on. I'll entrust that stone to you. If you're still willing to try to get into the arbor country, I'll do everything I can to assist. You've a fair excuse for trying, and you're a bachelor. Damn it, if I were, I'd go with you. Of course, you understand, if the State Department learns of it, you'll be rounded up and brought back. Do you realize the other difficulties?" "Sven Hedin is said to have made the last attempt to get through from the north. He failed. In the last 100 years, about a dozen Europeans have had a crack at it. Several died and none got through, unless Terry and your sister did, and if so, they almost certainly died. When young husband went to Lhasa, he considered sending one regiment back by way of the Abhor Valley, but countermanded the order when he realized that a force of 50,000 men wouldn't stand a chance of getting through. From time to time, the government has sent 6 Gurkha spies into the country. None ever came back. It's almost a certainty that the river Tsangpo of Tibet flows through the valley and becomes the Brahmaputra lower down, but nobody has proved it, nor has anyone explained why the Tsangpo contains more water than the Brahmaputra." Old Kintup, the pundit on the Indian Survey staff, traced the Tsangpo down as far as the waterfall where it plunges into the Abhor Valley, and he threw 100 marked logs into the river, which were watched for lower down. But none of the logs appeared at the lower end, and not even Kintup managed to get into the valley. The strangest part about it is that the northern arbors come down frequently to the southern arbor country to trade, and they even intermarry with the southern arbors. But they never say a word about their valley. The Raja of Tilggon, the uncle of the present man, caught two and put them to torture, but they died silent. And another strange thing is that nobody knows how the northern arbors get into and out of their country. The river is a lot too swift for boats. The forest seems impenetrable. The cliffs are unclimbable. There was an attempt made last year to explore by airplane, but the attempt failed. There's a 90-mile wind half the time, and some of the passes to the south are 16 or 17,000 feet in the air to begin with. I'm told carburetors won't work, and they can't carry enough fuel. So if you're determined to make the attempt, slip away secretly and don't leave your courage behind. If it weren't that you've a right to visit Tilggon, I should say you'd have no chance, but you might make it if you're awfully discreet and start from the Tilggon mission. If it's ever found out that I encouraged you... You've been reeling off discouragement for 15 minutes. Yes, but if it's known I knew... You needn't worry. What made you say you think this stone will help me to trace the Terrys? Nothing definite, except that it gives me an excuse for sending you to Tilggon more or less officially. I implore you to investigate the mystery connected with that stone. As far as Tilggon, you're responsible to me. If you decide to go on from there, you'll have to throw me over, disobey orders. You understand, I order you to come straight back here from Tilggon. If you disobey, you do it off your own bat, without my official knowledge. And I'm afraid, old thing, you'll have to pay your own expenses. Omni nodded. See Chhatterchand, said McGregor. And dine with me tonight, not at the club, that'd start all sorts of rumours flying. Say at Mrs. Campbell's, her husband's away, but that doesn't matter. She's the only woman I ever dared tell secrets to. Leave it to me to contrive the invitation. How will that do? Mrs. Campbell is a better man than you or me. 9 o'clock. I'll be there, said Omni, noticing a certain slyness in McGregor's smile. He bridled at it. Still laughing about the masters, Mac? No. I'd forgotten them. Not that they exist, but never mind. What then? I'll tell you after dinner, or rather someone else will. I wonder whether you'll laugh too, or wince. Trot along and have your talk with Chhatterchand. One uniformed doorkeeper, deciphered from a palm leaf manuscript discovered in a cave in Hindustan. Those who are acquainted with the day and night knew that the day of Brahma is 1,000 revolutions of the yugas, and that the night extendeth for 1,000 more. Now the Mahayuga consisteth of 4 parts, of which the last, being called the Kali Yuga, is the least, having but 432,000 years. The length of a Mahayuga is 4,320,000 years. That is 1,000th part of a day of Brahma. And man was in the beginning, although not as he is now, nor as he will be. Here the palm leaf is broken and illegible. There were races in the world whose wise men knew all the 7 principles, so that they understood matter in all its forms and were its masters. They were those to whom gold was as nothing, because they could make it, and for whom the elements brought forth. Here there is another break. And there were giants on the earth in those days, and there were dwarfs, most evil. There was war, and they destroyed. Here the leaf is broken off, and all the rest is missing. Chapter 3. What is fear? Chhatterchand's shop in the Chandni Chowk is a place of chaos and a joy forever, if you like life musty and assorted. There are diamonds in the window, Kodak cameras, theodolites, bric-a-brac, second-hand rifles, scientific magazines, and a living hamadryad cobra in a wire enclosure, into which rats and chickens are introduced at intervals. You enter through a door on either side of which hang curtains that were rather old when Clive was young, and you promptly see your reflection facing you in a mirror that came from Versailles when the French were bribing Indian potentates to keep the English out. Every square foot of the walls within is covered with ancient curios. A glass counter-show case runs the full length of the store and is stuffed with enough jewelry to furnish a pageant of Indian history. Converted into cash, it would finance a very fair-sized bank. Rising to the level of the counter at the rear is a long row of pigeon-holed shelves crowded with ancient books and manuscripts that smell like recently unwound mummies. Between shelf and counter lives and reputedly sleeps by night, the most efficient jeweler's Babu in India. A meek, alert, weariless man who is said to be able to estimate anyone's bank balance by glancing at him as he enters through the front door. But Chhatterchand keeps himself out of sight, in a room at the rear of the store, whence he comes out only in emergency. On this particular occasion, there were extra reasons for remaining in the background. Reasons suggested by the presence of a special constabule on duty outside the shop door, who eyed Omni nervously as he walked in. Omni went straight to the room at the rear and found Chhatterchand at his desk, a wizened, neat little man in a yellow silk turban and a brown alpaca suit of English cut. The suit and his brown skin were almost of the same shade. An amber pin in his yellow necktie corresponded with the color of his laced shoes. The gold of his heavy watch chain matched the turban. His lemon silk handkerchief matched his socks. His dark brown, kindly, intelligent eyes struck the keynote of the color harmony. Unlike so many Indians who adopt a modified European style of dress, he had an air of breeding, poise, and distinction. "There is always something interesting when you come, Omone," he said, rising and shaking hands. "Wait while I remove the specimens from that chair." "No, the snakes cannot escape. They are all poisonous, but carefully imprisoned. There be seated. You are full of news, or you would have asked me how I am." "Thank you, I am very well. And you? Now, let us get to business." Omni grinned at the jibe, but he had his own way of going about things. He preferred to soak in his surroundings and adjust his mind to the environment in silence before broaching business. He lit a cigar and stared about him at the snakes in cages and the odds and ends of rarities heaped everywhere in indescribable confusion. There were an enormous brass Gautama Buddha resting on iron rollers, a silver Christian crucifix from a Goanese cathedral, and some enamel vases that were new since his last visit. But the same old cobwebs were still in place in the corners of the teak beams, and the same cat came and rubbed herself against his shins, until she spied Diana in the outer shop and grew instantly blasphemous. Still saying nothing, Omni at last produced the lump of jade from his hip pocket. "Yes," said Chhatterchand, "I have already seen it." But he took off his gold-rimmed spectacles and wiped them as if he was eager to see it again. "What do you know about it?" asked Omni. "Very little, Sahib. To crystallize hypothesis into a mistake is all too easy. I prefer to distinguish between knowledge and conjecture." "All right, tell me what little you do know." "It is jade undoubtedly, although I have never seen jade exactly like it. I, who have studied every known species of precious and semi-precious stone." "Then why do you say it is jade?" "Because I know that. I have analyzed it. It is chloromelanite, consisting of a silicate of aluminium and sodium, with peroxide of iron, peroxide of manganese, and potash. It has been broken from a greater piece, perhaps from an enormous piece. The example I have previously seen that most resembled this was found in the Karakash Valley of Turkestan, but that was not nearly so transparent. That piece you hold in your hand is more fusible than nephrite, which is the commoner form of jade, and it has a specific gravity of 3.3. What makes you believe it was broken from a larger piece?" "I know by the arc of the curve of the one side, and by the shape of the fracture on the other, that it has been broken by external violence from a piece considerably larger than itself. I have worked out a law of vibration and fracture that is as interesting in its way as Einstein's law of relativity. Do you understand mathematics?" "No, I'll take your word for it. What else do you know positively?" "Positively is the only way to know," the jeweler answered, screwing up his face until he looked almost like a Chinaman. There was human blood on it, a smear on the fractured side, that looked as if a careless attempt had been made to wipe it off before the blood was quite dry. Also, the print of a woman's thumb and forefinger, plainly visible under the microscope, with several other fingerprints that certainly were Tinlal's. The stone had come in contact with some oily substance, probably butter, but there was too little of it to determine. Furthermore, I know, Omni, that you are afraid of the stone because to touch it makes you nervous, and to peer into it makes you see things you cannot explain. Omni laughed. The stone did make him nervous. "Did you see things?" he asked. "That is how I know it makes you see them, Omni. Compared to me, you are a child in such respects. If I, who know more than you, nonetheless see things when I peer into that stone, it is logical to my mind that you also see things, although possibly not the same things. Knowing the inherent superstition of the human mind, I therefore know you are afraid, just as people were afraid when Galileo told them that the earth moves." "Are you afraid of it?" asked Omni, shifting his cigar and laying the stone on the desk. "What is fear?" the jeweler answered. "Is it not recognition of something the senses cannot understand and therefore cannot master? I think the fact that we feel a sort of fear is proof that we stand on the threshold of new knowledge, or rather of knowledge that is new to us as individuals." "You mean then, if a policeman's afraid of a burglar, he's—" "Certainly. He is in a position to learn something he never knew before. That doesn't mean that he will learn, but that he may if he cares to. People used to be afraid of a total eclipse of the sun. Some still are afraid of it. Imagine, if you can, what Julius Caesar or Alexander the Great or Timur Ilang or Akbar would have thought of radio or a 36-inch astronomical telescope or a Kodak camera. All those things can be explained. This stone is a mystery. Omni, everything that we do not yet understand is a mystery. To a pig, it must be a mystery why a man flings turnips to him over the wall of his sty. To that dog of yours, it must be a mystery why you took such care to train her. Look into the stone now, Sahib, and tell me what you see." "Not I," said Omni. "I've done it twice." "You look." Chhatterchand took up the stone in both hands and held it in the light from an overhead window. The thing glowed as if full of liquid green fire, yet from 10 feet away, Omni could see through it the lines on the palm of the jeweler's hand. "Interesting." "Interesting. Omni, the world is full of things we don't yet know." Chatterchand's brows contracted, the right side more than the left, in the habit-fixed expression of a man whose business is to use a microscope. 2 or 3 times he glanced away and blinked before looking again. Finally, he put the stone back on the desk and wiped his spectacles from force of habit. "Our senses," he said, "are much more reliable than the brain that interprets them. We probably all see and hear and smell alike, but no two brains interpret in the same way. Try to describe to me your sensations when you looked into the stone." "Almost a brainstorm," said Omni. "A rush of thoughts that seem to have no connection with one another. Something like modern politics or listening in on the radio when there's loads of interference, only more exasperating, more personal, more inside yourself, as it were." Chhatterchand nodded confirmation. "Can you describe the thoughts, Omni? Do they take the form of words?" "No. Pictures, but pictures of a sort I've never seen, even in dreams. Rather horrible. They appear to mean something, but the mind can't grasp them. They're broken off suddenly, begin nowhere and end nowhere." Chhatterchand nodded again. "Our experiences tally. You will notice that the stone is broken off. It also begins nowhere and ends nowhere. I have measured it carefully. From calculation of the curvature, it is possible to surmise that it may have been broken off from an ellipsoid having a major axis of 17 feet. That would be an immense mass of jade weighing very many tons. And if the whole were as perfect as this fragment, it would be a marvel such as we in our day have not seen. I suspect it to have qualities more remarkable than those of radium, and I think, although mind you, this is now conjecture, that if we could find the original ellipsoid from which this piece was broken, we would possess the open sesame to laws and facts of nature, the mere contemplation of which would fill all the lunatic asylums. I have never been so thrilled by anything in all my life, but Omni was not thrilled. He had seen men go mad from exploring without landmarks into the unknown. He laughed cynically. "We fools of nature," he quoted, "so horridly to shake our disposition with thoughts beyond the reaches of our souls. I'd rather wipe out the asylums. Or live in one, Sahib, and leave the lunatics outside. Shakespeare knew nothing of the atomic construction of the universe. We have advanced since his day, in some respects. Has it occurred to you to wonder how this stone acquired such remarkable qualities? No. You merely wonder at it. But observe, you have seen a pudding stirred. The stupidest cook in the world can pour ingredients into a basin and stir them with water until they become something compounded that does not in the least resemble any one of the component parts. Is that not so? The same fool bakes what he has mixed. A chemical process takes place, and behold, the idiot has wrought a miracle. Again, there is almost no resemblance to what the mixture was before. It even tastes and smells quite differently. It looks different. Its specific gravity is changed. Its properties are altered. It is now digestible. It decomposes at a different speed. It has lost some of the original qualities that went into the mixture, and has taken on others that apparently were not there before the chemical process began. You can see the same thing in a foundry, where they mix zinc with copper and produce brass, and the brass has qualities that neither zinc nor copper appears to contain. A deaf and dumb man, knowing neither writing nor arithmetic, could produce brass from zinc and copper. A savage who never saw an abstraction can produce wine from grapes. Good. Now listen, Sahib. Let us dive beneath the surface of these experiments. The capacity to become brass under certain conditions was inherent to begin with in the zinc and in the copper, was it not? But how so? It was inherent in the atoms of which the zinc and the copper are composed, and, behind those again, in the electrons of which the atoms are composed. Let us then consider the electrons. Suppose that we knew how to pour electrons into a receptacle and make, so to speak, a pudding of them. Could we not work what the world would think are miracles? I have made diamonds in my workshop. I believe I can make gold. What could I not do if I knew how to manage electrons in the raw, electrons in every one of which is the capacity to become absolutely anything? It has possibly not occurred to you, Omni, but the more I pursue my studies, the more I am convinced that there was once a race of people in the world, or possibly a school of scientists drawn from many then-existent races, who knew how to manage electrons. I think they lived simultaneously with the cavemen. We find the bones of cavemen because those were ignorant people, such as the Bushmen of today, who buried their dead. We do not find the bones of the scientists of that period, because they were enlightened and disposed of corpses in the fire. The art of the cavemen is evidence that there was art of a very high order, which someone presumably taught. They painted pictures in caves into which no sunlight penetrated. Therefore, there must have been artificial light of a sort superior to torches or tallow candles, because otherwise the color work would have been impossible. That is proof that there was science in those days, of which the cavemen could avail themselves just as today a lunatic may use electric light. And the fact that we find no traces at present of what we can recognize as a very high order of civilization, then existent is no proof that there was none. It may have been totally different from anything with which we are familiar. Furthermore, the world has only been extremely superficially explored. Be patient, Omoni. I am coming to my point. I have studied that piece of jade. 3 days and nights I studied it without sleep. To me, its peculiar properties appear to confirm observations, microphotographic observations that I have made and recorded during a period of 10 years. In its essence, what is photography? It is the practice, by means of chemicals, of rendering visible to the human eye impressions of objects produced by light on a prepared surface. It is necessary to prepare the surface, which we call a dry plate or a film, because we do not yet know how else to render the light-made impression visible to the human eye. But it is there, whether we make it visible or not. And what I have discovered is this, that every particle of matter has a photographic quality, which varies only in degree. You stand against a rock, and not necessarily in sunlight, although sunlight helps. Your impression is indelibly photographed on that rock, as I can prove. if you have time to witness some experiments. It is photographed on anything against which you stand. Other images may be superimposed on yours, but yours remains. In rare instances, in certain atmospheric conditions, these impressions become visible without any other chemical process, although it seems to require a certain nervous state of alertness before the human eye can perceive them. You remember the case of the Brahmin who hanged himself in a cellar not far from this shop of mine? His body hung there for a day before they found it. For weeks afterward, what was supposed to be his ghost was seen by scores of reputable witnesses hanging from the beam. That was several years ago. There was a great stir made about it at the time, and there were letters to the newspapers stating instances of similar occurrences. There was an investigation by experts from a research society who denounced the whole story as an imposture. However, I was one of those who saw the ghost, and I made notes and some experiments. Finally, I photographed it. That satisfied me. I am sure that the alleged ghost was nothing but a photograph made on the wall, and that it was rendered visible by certain chemical conditions, not all of which I have been able to ascertain. Now then, if that is possible in one instance, it is possible in every instance. There is no such thing as an exception in nature. We have discovered a law. So take this piece of jade. We see things when we look into it. I deduce that they are photographic. And because no other piece of stone that I know of has the same quality of receiving impressions that are instantaneously visible, it seems probable to me that it has been intelligently treated by someone who knew how to do that. It might be a natural chemical process, said Omni. I think not. Have you noticed that the strange moving images visible within the stone are not the reflections of objects? The stone is not a mirror in the ordinary sense. It does not seem to reflect at all the objects that surround it. I have never succeeded in seeing my face in it, for instance, although I have tried repeatedly in all sorts of light from every angle. It appears to me to reflect thought. Omni made the peculiar noise between tongue and teeth that suggests polite but otherwise unconditioned incredulity. Chhatterchand, deep in his theme, ignored the interruption. I believe it reflects character. I believe that every thought that every man thinks from the day he is born until the day he dies leaves an invisible impress on his mind as well as a visible impress on his body. You know how changing character affects the lines on the palm of a man's hand, on the soles of his feet, at the corners of his eyes, at his mouth, and so on. Well, something of the same sort goes on in his mind, which is invisible and what we call intangible, but is nevertheless made up of electrons in motion, and those impressions are permanent. I believe that somebody who knew how to manipulate electrons has treated this stone in such a way that it reflects the whole of a man's thought since he was born, just as a stone wall, if it could be treated properly, could be shown to retain the photograph of every object that had passed before it since the wall was built. I believe this was done very anciently, and for this reason, that if anyone possessed of such intelligence and skill were alive in the world today, his intelligence would burn itself into our consciousness, so that we could not help but know of him. I am of opinion that the process to which the jade was subjected rendered it at the same time transparent, because it is not in the nature of jade to be quite transparent normally. And in my mind there is connected with all this the knowledge, which is common property, that the Chinese, a very ancient race, regard jade as a sacred stone. Why? Is it not possible that jade peculiarly lends itself to this treatment, and that, though the science is forgotten, the dim memory of the peculiar property of the stone persists? You've a fine imagination, said Omni. And what is imagination, Omni, if not a bridge between the known and unknown, between conventional so-called knowledge and the unexplored realm of truth? Have you no imagination? Electricity was possible 1,000 years ago, but until imagination hinted at the possibility, who had the use of it? Omni returned the stone to his pocket. He was interested, and he liked Chhatterchand, but it occurred to him that he was wasting time. You're right, of course, he said, that we have to imagine a thing before we can begin to understand it, or produce, or make it. Surely. You imagined your forest, Omni, before you planted it. But between imagination and production, there is labor. You see, what the West can't understand, it scoffs at, whereas what the East can't understand, it calls sacred and guards against all comers. I think you will have to penetrate a secret that has been guarded for thousands of years. They say, you know, that there are masters who guard these secrets and let them out a little at a time. May the gods whom you happen to vote for be grateful and assist you. I would like to go on the adventure with you, but I am a family man. I am afraid. I am not strong. That stone has thrilled me, Omani. If you like, I'll leave it with you for some more experiments, said Omani. Sahib, my friend, I wouldn't keep it for a Raja's ransom. It was traced to this place, how I don't know. You noticed the policeman at the door? He is put there to keep out murderers. There has been a ruffian here, a hillman, a cutthroat who said he came from Spiti, a great savage with a saw-edged tulwar. Ugh! He demanded the stone. He demanded to know where it was. If it had not been that I had a shop full of customers and that I promised to try to get the stone back from the man who now had it, he would have cut me in halves. He said so. I am afraid all the time that he will return, or that some of his friends will come. Oh, I wish I had your lack of an imagination, Omoni. I could feel his saw-edged tulwar plunging into me. Listen! Chhatterchand began to tremble visibly. Who is that? Omani glanced into the shop. There were two men, evidently unarmed, or the constabile would never have admitted them, standing talking to the clerk across the showcase counter. One was apparently a very old man and the other very young. Both were dressed in the Tibetan costume, but the older man was speaking English, which was of itself sufficiently remarkable, and he appeared to be slightly amused because the clerk insisted that Chhatterchand was absent on a journey. Neither man paid the slightest attention to the jewelry in the showcase. They were evidently bent on seeing Chhatterchand and nothing else. "Admit 'em," whispered Omani. "I'll hide." "No, never mind the dog. She'll follow them in and sniff them over. If they ask about the dog, say she belongs to one of your customers who left her in your charge for an hour or two. What's behind that brass Buddha?" "Nothing, Sahib. It is hollow. There is no back." "That'll do then. Help me pull it out from the wall. Quick, quiet!" They made rather a lot of noise, and Diana came in to investigate, which was opportune. Omani gave her orders sotto voce, and she returned into the shop to watch the two curious visitors. "Now don't let yourself get frightened out of your wits, Chhatterchand. Encourage them to talk. Ask any idiotic question that occurs to you. When they're ready to go, let 'em. And then, whatever you do, don't say a word to the policeman." Omani stepped behind the image of the Buddha. Chhatterchand, leaning all his weight against it, shoved it back nearly into place, but left sufficient space between it and the wall for Omani to see into an old cracked mirror that reflected almost everything in the room. Then, taking a visible hold on his emotions, Chhatterchand strode to the door and stood there for a moment looking, listening, trying to breathe normally. He forced a smile at last. "Oh, let them in. I will talk to them," he said to the clerk in English, with an air of almost perfect patronizing nonchalance. Only a very close observer might have known he was afraid. That fear perhaps in him was more than recognition of something that the senses do not understand. We should ascend out of perversity, even as we ascend a mountain that we do not know, with the aid of guides who do know. None who sets forth on an unknown voyage stipulates that the pilot must agree with him as to the course, since manifestly that would be absurd. The pilot is presumed to know. The piloted does not know. None who climbs a mountain bargains that the guide shall keep to this or that direction. It is the business of the guide to lead. And yet men hire guides for the spiritual journey, of which they know less than they know of land and sea, and stipulate that the guide shall lead them thus and so, according to their own imaginings. And instead of obeying him, they desert and denounce him should he lead them otherwise. I find this of the essence of perversity. Chapter 4. I am one who strives to tread the middle way. The two Tibetans entered, the older man leading, and squatted on a mat which the younger man spread on the floor. Their manner suggested that they had accepted an invitation instead of having gained admission by persistence. But Omani, watching every movement in the mirror, noticed that the older man laid his hand on the seat of the chair he himself had just occupied, which, Being old, he might have done to help himself down on the mat, but being active, he almost certainly did for another reason. Chhatterchand sat at his desk magisterially, wiping at the gold-rimmed spectacles again, waiting for the visitors to speak first. But they were not to be tempted into that indiscretion. They sat still and were bland while Diana came and deliberately sniffed them over. The hound seemed interested. She lay down where she could watch them both, her jowl on her paws, one ear up, and her tail moving slightly from side to side to side, clearing a fan-shaped pattern in the dust. The old man was a miracle of wrinkles. He resembled one of those Chinese statuettes in ivory, yellowed by time, that suggest that life is much too comical a business to be taken seriously, much too serious a business to be cumbered with pride and possessions. He was a living paradox in a long, snuff-colored robe, the ends of which he arranged over his lap, leaving the hairy, strong legs of a mountaineer uncovered. He helped himself to an enormous quantity of snuff from an old Chinese silver box that he presently stowed away in a fold of his garment. The pungent stuff appeared to have no effect on him, although Diana, catching a whiff of it, sneezed violently, and Chhatterchand followed suit. The young man was another ivory enigma, absolutely smooth in contrast to the elder's wrinkles, and much paler. He, too, wore snuff-colored clothes. His head was wrapped in a turban of gorgeously embroidered brown silk, in contrast to the other's monkish simplicity, and the cloth of which his cloak was made seemed to be of lighter and better material than the older man's. He was remarkably good-looking, straight-featured and calm, placid, not apparently from self-contentment but from assurance that life holds a definite purpose, and that he was being led along the narrow road. There was an air of good temper and wisdom about him, no apparent pride nor any mean humility. His eyes were blue-grey, his hands small, strong and artistic. His feet, too, were small but evidently used to walking. He was in every dimension smaller than the older man, unless mind is a dimension. They appeared to be equals in mental aroma, and they exuded that in the mysterious way of a painting by Goya y Lucientes. "Well, what do you want?" Chhatterchand asked at last in English. It was a ridiculous language on the face of it to use to a Tibetan, but the older man had been using English in the outer shop, and Chhatterchand knew no Prakrit dialect. The answer, in English devoid of any noticeable accent, was given by the older man in a voice as full of humor as his wrinkled face. "The piece of jade," he said, unblinking, ending on a rising note that suggested there was nothing to explain, nothing to argue about, nothing to do but be reasonable. He snapped his fingers, and Diana, normally a most suspicious dog, came close to him. He ran his fingers through her hair, and she laid her huge jowl on his knee. Chhatterchand crossed and uncrossed his legs restlessly. "I haven't it," said the jeweler. "Besides, you would have to tell me you would have to establish first by what right you make such a demand. You understand me?" "I have made no demand," the old man answered, smiling. His voice was sweetly reasonable. His bright old eyes twinkled. "You have asked what I want. I have told you." "Tell me who you are," said Chhatterchand. "My son, I'm a llama. I am one who strives to tread the middle way." "Where from?" "From desire into peace." "I mean, what place do you come from?" "From the same place that the piece of jade came from, my son. From the place to which he who desires merit will return it." "Is the jade yours?" asked Chhatterchand. "Is the air mine?" "Are the stars mine?" the llama answered, smiling as if the idea of possessing anything were a joke made by an inquiring child. "Well, what right have you to the piece of jade?" Chhatterchand snapped back at him. He let the irritation through without intending it and smiled directly afterward in an attempt to undo the impression. But if the llama had noticed the acerbity, he made no sign. "None, any more than you have," came the answer in the same mild voice. "None has any right to it. I have a duty to return it to whence it came, and a duty to you, to preserve you from impertinence, if that may be. It is not good, Chhatterchand, to meddle with knowledge before the time appointed for its understanding. He who would tread the middle way is patient, keeping both feet on the ground and his head no higher than humility will let it reach. Be wise, O man of intellectual desires. Destruction is in rashness. His fingers touched Diana's collar and twisted it around until the small brass plate, on which Omni's name was engraved, came uppermost. But his eyes continued to look straight at Chhatterchand. It was the younger man squatting in silence beside him, his head and body motionless, whose bright eyes took in every detail of the room, not omitting to notice the movement of the llama's hand. Except for the eyes, his face continued perfectly expressionless. Well, before I answer definitely, I would like you to tell me about the jade, said Chhatterchand. You will find me reasonable. I am not a sacrilegious person. Can you not establish to my satisfaction that I would be doing rightly to, let us say, to entrust the piece of jade to you? I think you know that already, said the llama, in a voice of mild reproof, as if he were speaking to a child of whom he was rather fond. What does your heart say, my son? It is the heart that answers wisely. If desire has been subdued, I have come a very long way. Desiring the piece of jade, sneered Chhatterchand, regretting the sneer instantly, driving fingernails into the palm of his hand with impatience of himself. True, said the llama, desire is not easy to destroy, yet I do not desire it for myself, and for you I desire peace and merit. May the Lord live in your heart and guide you in the middle way. The jeweler moved restlessly. The atmosphere was getting on his nerves. There was an indefinable feeling of being in the presence of superiority, which is irritating to a man of intellect. You mean there will be no peace for me unless I give up the piece of jade to you? He asked tartly. I think that is so, said the llama gently. Well, it is not in my possession. But you know who has it, said the llama, looking straight at him. The jeweler did not answer, and the llama's eyes beamed with intelligence. The young Tibetan moved at last and whispered in his ear. The llama nodded almost imperceptibly, turning the dog's collar around again with leisurely fingers, whose touch seemed magically satisfying to Diana. He looked then once sharply at the big brass Buddha, let his eyes rest again on the jeweler's, and went on speaking. What a man cannot do is no weight against him. It may be the hand of destiny preventing him from a mistake. The deeds a man does are the fruits that are weighed in the balance, and from which the seeds of future lives are saved. Peace be with you. Peace refresh you. Peace give you peace that you may multiply it, Chhatterchand. The llama arose and the younger man rolled up the mat. Diana jumped to her feet. Chhatterchand made an attempt to get out of his chair with dignity, but the llama seemed to have monopolized in his own person all the dignity there was in sight, which was embarrassing. I appreciate the blessing. Are you going? But you haven't told me what I asked about the jade. Would you care to come again? Perhaps. The llama smiled, stroked Diana's head, bowed, so that his long skirt swung like a bronze bell, and one almost expected a resonant boom to follow, and led the way out, followed by the younger man, who smiled once so suddenly and brightly that Chhatterchand's nervous irritation vanished. But it returned the moment they had gone. He jumped at the noise Omni made, pushing the brass Buddha away from the wall. Damn them both, he exploded. Sahib, I hate to be mystified. I detest to be patronized. I feel I made myself contemptible. I could not think. I could not make my brain invent the questions that I should have asked. You did pretty well, said Omni. See him home, girl? Diana's tail went between her legs, but she did not hesitate. She trotted out of the shop, stood still a moment on the sidewalk, sniffed, vanished. Sahib, they will send someone to loot this shop of mine. Omni, tut-tut! Those two didn't overlook one detail. The young one read my name on Diana's collar and whispered it to the llama. The llama knew I was behind the Buddha. He suspected something when he felt the chair seat and found it warm. Worse and worse, said Chhatterchand despondently. To incur the enmity of such people is more dangerous than to tamper with my snakes. Chhatterchand, his brain full of Western and Eastern science, his suit from London and his turban from Lahore, yearned to the west for protection from Eastern mystery. Omni, all English, steeped in the Orient for 20 years, had thrown his thought eastward and was reckoning like lightning in terms of Indian thought. They didn't suspect my presence until after they came in here. Shut up, Chhatterchand, listen to me. They'll have brought a man to watch outside the shop and follow anyone who follows them. They can't have cautioned him about the dog because they didn't know about the dog, and they would never suspect a dog of having enough intelligence. Their man will be still out there watching the shop door. Wait here. He ran into the outer shop, hid behind one of the curtains at the door, and stood facing the mirror that gave him a view of the constable's back and of 50 yards of crowded street, including the sidewalk opposite. The constable appeared to be intently watching somebody, and in less than a minute Omni picked out the individual, a tall, good-looking, boy-faced hillman in a costume that suggested Bhutan or Sikkim, shapeless trousers and a long robe over them, with a sort of jacket on top of that. He was trying to look innocent, which is the surest way of attracting attention, and he was so intent on watching the shop door that passers-by continually bunted into him, whereat he seemed to find it hard to keep his temper. Omni watched him for a minute or two, and then spoke to the policeman through the curtain. The policeman nearly gave the game away by turning his head to listen, but spat and scratched himself to cover the mistake. Omni repeated his instructions carefully, and the policeman strolled down street. Omni emerged and walked slowly in the opposite direction. Over the way, the hillman began at once to follow him, suiting his pace to Omni's. Omni crossed the street. So did the policeman. Omni turned and walked toward the hillman. The policeman followed suit, approaching from the rear. Omni came to a halt exactly in front of the hillman, feeling dwarfed by the man's big-boned stature and aware of the handle of a long knife just emerging through a slit in a robe that reeked strongly of ghee. The policeman, nervously fingering his club, halted to the hillman's rear, 6 feet away. Passers-by began to detect food for curiosity. There were searching glances and a palpable hesitation. There would have been a crowd in 60 seconds. "Come with me," said Omni in Prakrit. "Why?" asked the hillman, staring at him wide-eyed with surprise at being spoken to in his own tongue. "Because if you do, no harm will come to you, and if you don't, you'll go to jail." The hillman's hand crept instinctively toward his knife, and the policeman made ready to swing for the back of his head with a hardwood club. "Are you a fool that you don't know a friend when you meet one?" asked Omni. "I have met enemies and women, and 1 or 2 whom I called master, and many whom I have mastered, but never a friend yet," the hillman answered. "Who art thou?" "Come with me and learn," said Omni. The hillman hesitated, but the crowd was distinctly beginning to gather now, a little way off, not sure yet but alert for the first hint of happenings. It grew clear to the hillman that escape might not be easy. "I fear no man," he said, turning his head and recognizing the policeman, who was hardly 2/3 his size. He spat eloquently for the policeman's benefit, missing him neatly by about the thickness of a knife blade. "Whither?" he asked then, looking straight into Omni's eyes. Omni led the way across the street into Chhatterchand's shop, where he halted to let the hillman go in first. "Nay, lead on," said the hillman, stepping aside. "No, for you have a weapon, and I have none. Moreover, I have said I am a friend, and I prefer to be a living friend rather than a dead one. Go in first," laughed Omni. The hillman laughed back. There was none of the solemnity about him that enshrouds the men from the northwest frontier. Eastward along the Himalayas, where the smell of sweat leaves off and the smell of rancid butter begins, laughter becomes part of life and not an insult or indignity. He swaggered into the shop with no more argument, and at a nod from Omni walked straight through to the office at the rear. "Krishna!" exclaimed Chhatterchand. He jumped for a corner, seized a 2-handed samurai sword, drew it from the scabbard and laid it on the desk. "I will let my snakes loose!" he almost screamed in Hindustani. But the hillman sat down on the floor, on the exact spot where the llama had been, and Omni sat down in the chair facing him, motioning to Chhatterchand to resume the other chair and be sensible. "But this is the ruffian who came and threatened me," said Chhatterchand. That knife of his is saw-edged. Take it from him, Omni." The hillman appeared to know no English, but seemed to have made up his mind about Omni. Friendship he might not believe in, but he could recognize good faith. He watched Omni's face as a child follows a motion picture. "What is your name?" asked Omni. "Dawataring." "Where are you from?" "Spiti." "Oh my God!" exclaimed Chhatterchand. "Does he say he is from Spiti? They are all devils who come from that country. It is there they practice polyandry, and their dead are eaten by dogs. He is unclean." "Who is that llama who was in here just now?" Omni went on. "Tsiang Samdup." Chhatterchand did not catch that name, or if he did, the name meant nothing to him. Omni, on the other hand, had to use all his power of will to suppress excitement, and even so he could not quite control himself. The hillman noticed the change of expression. "Aye," he said, "Tsiang Samdup is a great one." "Who is the other who was with him, the young one?" "His chela." "What name?" "Samding. Some call him Sanfon Ho." "And what have you to do with them?" Instead of answering, the hillman retorted with a question. "What is thy name?" "Say it again. Omoni? That sounds like a name with magic in it." "Om Mani Padme Hum. Who gave thee that name? Eh? Thy father had it? Who was he? How is it a man should take his father's name? Is the spirit of the father not offended? Thou art a strange one, Omoni." "Why did you come in here some days ago and threaten Chhatterchand?" asked Omni. "Why not?" said the hillman. "Did I not ride under a tea rein like a leech on the belly of a horse more hours and miles than an eagle knows of? Did I not eat dust, and nothing else? Did I not follow that rat tin lull to this place? Did I not, pretending to admire the cobra in the window, see him with my own eyes sell the green stone to this little lover of snakes? I said too much. I did too little. I should have slain them both. But I feared because I am a stranger in the city, and there were many people. Moreover, I had already slain a man, a Hindu, who drove an iron car and broke the wheel of the cart I rode in. I slew him with a spoke from the broken wheel, and it seemed to me that if I should slay another man too soon thereafter, it might fare ill with me, since the gods grow weary of protecting a man too often. So I returned 4 days later, thinking the gods might have forgotten the previous affair. They owe me many favors. I have treated the gods handsomely. And when this little rat of a jeweler swore he no longer had the stone, I threatened him. I would have slain him if I thought he really had it, but it seemed to me he told the truth. And he promised to get the stone back from someone to whom he had entrusted it. And I, vowing I would sever him in halves unless he should keep faith, went and told Tsiang Samdop, who came here accordingly. I following to protect the old man. I suppose Tsiang Samdop now has the stone. Is that so?" "He shall have it," said Omni. "I think thou art not a liar," said the hillman, looking straight into Omni's eyes. "Now I am a liar. If I should have said that to thee, it would only be a fool who would believe me, and a fool is nothing to be patient with. But I am not a fool, and I believe thee, or I would plunge this knife into thy liver. Who taught thee to speak my language?" Omni saw fit not to answer that. "Is it not enough for thee that I can speak it? Where can I find the holy Lama Tsiang Samdup?" "Oh, as to that, he is not particularly holy, although others seem to think he is. But I am from Spiti, where we study devils and consider nonsense all this talk about purity and self-abnegation and nirvana. Who wants to go to nirvana? What a miserable place, just nothing. Besides, I know better. I have studied these things. It is very simple. Knife a man in the bowels, as the Gurkhas do with a kukri, or as I do as a rule, and he goes to hell for a while. He has a chance. By and by he comes to life again. Cut his throat, however, and he dwells between earth and heaven. He will come and haunt thee, having nothing else to do, and that is very bad. Hit him here." He laid a finger on his forehead, just above the nose. "And he is dead. That should only be done to men who are very bad indeed. And that is the whole secret of religion." Omni looked serious. "I would like to talk to you about religion." "Oh, I could teach you the whole of it in a very short time. But meanwhile, I would like to know where the holy Lama Tsiang Samdup is staying." "I don't know," said the hillman. "You are lying," said Omni. "Is that not so?" "Of course. Did you think I would tell you the truth? No, that hardly occurred to me. Well, Diana came in, waving her long tail slowly. She flopped on the floor beside Omni, and there was silence for about a minute while the hillman stared at her, and she returned the gaze with interest. Finally her lip curled, showing a prodigious yellow fang, and Omni laid a hand on her head to silence a thunderous growl. "That is an incarnation of a devil," said the hillman. "In my country we keep dogs as big as her to eat corpses." "Devils, as a rule, are very evil, but I think that one," he nodded at the dog, "is worse than others. Well, I go. Say to that fool at the door that he should not offend me with his little stick, for it may be he desires to live. I am glad I met thee, Omni." He waved his hand, smiled like a Chinese cherub, and walked out, ignoring Chhatterchand as utterly as if he had never seen him. And at the door he smiled at the policeman as the sun smiles on manure. The policeman did his best, but could not keep himself from grinning back. "Disciple, he who puts his hand into the fire knows what he may expect. Nor may the fire be blamed. He who intrudes on a neighbor may receive what he does not expect. Nor may the neighbor be blamed. The fire will not be harmed, but the neighbor may be, and every deed of every kind bears corresponding consequences to the doer. You may spend 1,000 lives repaying wrong done to a neighbor. Therefore, of the two indiscretions, prefer thrusting your own hand into the fire. But there is a middle way which avoids all trespassing." From the Book of the Sayings of Xiang Samdup. Chapter 5. The House at the End of the Passage. Chhatterchand's usefulness had vanished. His brain did not function now that fear had the upper hand. He could think of nothing but the hillman's knife and of the possibility that there might be more hillmen who would knock down the policeman at the door, storm the shop, loot everything, and slay. "I tell you, Omni, you have only lived in India 20 years. You do not know these people." He began hurriedly putting in order a mechanical system of wire and weights by which the snakes might be released in an emergency, all the while complaining bitterly against a government whose laws forbade the keeping of firearms by responsible, reputable, law-abiding citizens. Omni laughed and walked out with both fists in his pockets, preceded by Diana, who was a lady of one idea at a time, and that one next door to an obsession. She had seen him home. Ergo, she should now show Omni where home was, and he was quite satisfied to follow her. To have tracked Dawataring, the hillman would simply have been waste of time, for the man would soon see he was followed and would almost certainly play a great game of follow my leader all over town. Moreover, the very name of the llama, Xiang Samdup, had excited Omni in the sort of way that news of an ancient tomb excites an archaeologist. It was well on toward evening, that quarter of an hour when the streets are most densely thronged and everyone seems in a hurry to get home or to get something done before starting homeward. All cities are alike in that respect. There is a spate before the slack of supper time and temple services. The hound threaded her way patiently through the crowd and turned down a narrow thoroughfare past fruit and vegetable shops, where chafferers were arguing to cheapen produce at the day's end, and all the races of the Punjab seemed to be mixed in tired confusion, faded and ill-tempered because the evening breeze had not yet come, and walls were giving off the oven heat they had stored up during the day. There was no especial need to take precautions. Sufficient time had elapsed since the llama and his young companion left the Chandni Chowk to convince them they had not been followed, and in any case the most ill-advised thing Omni could have done would have been to act secretively. A man attracts the least attention if he goes straight forward. Those who noticed him at all admired or feared the dog, and she paid no attention even to the mongrels of her own genus who snarled from a respectable distance or fled down alleyways. Diana turned at last down suffocating passages that led one into another between blind walls, where death might overtake a man without causing a stir a dozen yards away. But if you think of death in India, you die. To live, you must think of living and be interested. One of the passages opened at last into a square, whose walls were built of blocks that had been quarried from the ancient city. For cities surrender themselves to posterity, even as human mothers do. The paving was of the same material, still bearing traces of the ancient carving, but rearranged at random so that the pattern was all gone. At the end of the courtyard was a stone building of 3 stories, whose upper windows overlooked it. Those below had been bricked up. There was an open door in the wall that led into a long arched passage in which other doors to right and left were visible. Diana ran straight to the open door and stopped. Omni began to feel now like a sailor on a lee shore with rocks ahead and pirates to windward. It was growing dark, for one thing. At any moment the hillman with the sore-edged knife and the haphazard notions about death might approach down the passage from the rear. Forward lay unknown territory, and a buttery smell that more than hinted at the presence of northerners whose notions of hospitality might be less than none at all. He could be seen through the window shutters, but could not see in through them. And he had in his pocket the lump of jade that had lured men all the way from beyond Tilggon into the hot plains that they hate. He wished he had left the jade somewhere. It was the sound of a footstep some distance behind that might be the hillman's, which decided him. He strode forward and entered the door, his footsteps echoing under the arch. Diana followed, growling. She seemed to have a feeling they were being watched. The passage presently turned to right and left in darkness, and Omni, as he paused to consider, became acutely conscious that his trespass was not only rash, but impudent. He had no vestige of right to intrude himself into the quarters of strangers, nor had he the excuse that he did not know what he was doing. A tourist might commit such an impertinence and be forgiven on the ground of ignorance, but if he should be knifed for ill manners, he would not be entitled to the slightest sympathy. He decided at once to retrace his steps, and as he turned to face the dim light in the doorway, a voice spoke to him in English suddenly, making his skin creep. Diana barked savagely at a small iron grating in a door to one side of the passage, filling the arch with echoes. It took him several seconds to get the dog quiet. Then the voice again, "Go away from here. Go away quickly." It sounded like a boy's voice, young, educated. It was not pitched high, there was no note of excitement, hardly any emphasis. Diana barked again furiously, and there was no time for hesitation. Either he was in danger, or he was not. The hound said, "Yes." The boy's voice implied it. Curiosity said, "Stay." Common sense said, "Make for the open quickly." Intuition said, "Jump," and intuition is a despot whom it is not wise to disobey. He reached the courtyard neck and neck with Diana, who nearly knocked him over as she faced about savagely with every hair bristling, fangs bared, eyes aglare. He seized her by collar and tail and threw his weight backward to stop her from springing at the throat of a man in dingy grey, who paused in mid-stride, one hand behind him in the doorway. There was another man behind him, dimly outlined in the gloom. Their faces, high cheekboned and fanatical, almost Chinese, were fiercely confident, and why they paused was not self-evident, for the man who held a hand behind his back was armed and with something heavy, as the angle of his shoulder proved. Diana saved that second. Her animal instinct was quicker than Omni's eye, that read anticipation in the faces in front of him. She nearly knocked Omni over again as she reversed the direction of effort, broke the collar hold, and sprang past him, burying her fangs in something. Omni knew that gurgling, smothered growl. She had knocked him sidewise, and he spun to regain his balance while a 10-pound tulwar split the whistling air where his back had been. He was just in time to seize the wrist that swung the weapon, seize it with both hands and wrench it forward in the direction of effort. The saw-edged tulwar clattered on the paving blocks, but the enemy did not fall, for Diana had him by the throat and was wrenching in the opposite direction. It was Dawataring. The hillman's hands groped for the hound's forelegs. To wrench those apart was his only chance, unless Omni could save him. A spring tiger trap was more likely to let go than Diana with a throat hold. Omni took the only chance in sight. He yelled, "Guard!" to Diana, and crashed his fist into the hillman's jaw, knocking him flat on his back as Diana let up for a fraction of a second to see what the new clangor might be. He seized her by the tail then and dragged her off before she could rush in to worry her fallen foe. Her turn again. Struggling to free herself, she dragged Omni in a half-circle, nearly pulling him off his feet as the man in the doorway lunged with a long, old-fashioned sword. The third man seemed to prefer discretion, for he still lurked in the shadow, but the man with the sword came on, using both hands now and raising the sword above his head for a swipe that should finish the business. There was nothing for it but to let Diana go. Omni yelled, "Guard!" again, and jumped for the saw-edged tulwar that had clattered away into the shadow. His foot struck it, and he stooped for it as the swordsman swung. The blow missed. Diana seized the foe from behind and ripped away yards of his long cloak. Dawataring struggled to his feet, more stunned by the blow on the back of his head when he fell than mangled by Diana's jaws. He staggered and seemed to have no sense of direction yet. And now Omni had the tulwar. He was no swordsman, but neither was his antagonist, who was furthermore worried by Diana from the rear. "Guard, girl!" Omni yelled at her, and discipline overcame instinct. She began to keep her distance, rushing in to scare the man and scooting out of reach when he turned to use his weapon. The third man possibly had no sword, for he still lurked in the doorway. Omni ran, calling Diana, who came bounding after him, turning at every third stride or so to bark thunderous defiance. The strange thing was that no crowd had come. The walls had echoed Diana's barks and Omni's sharp yells to her that must have sounded like the din of battle in the stone-walled silence. It was almost pitch dark now, and there were no lights from the upper windows, although the glow of streetlights was already visible like an aura against the sky. The whole affair began to seem like a dream, and Omni felt his hip pocket to make sure the jade was still there. He paused in the throat of the narrow passage by which he had come, sent the hound in ahead of him, and turned to see if he was followed. He heard footsteps and waited. In that narrow space, with Diana to guard his back, he felt he could protect himself with the tulwar against all comers. But it was only one man, Dawataring, holding a cloth to his throat and walking unsteadily. "Give me back my weapon, Omni." The words, spoken in Prakrit, were intelligible enough but gurgled, as if his throat was choked and hardly functioning. Diana tried to rush at him, but Omoni squeezed her to the wall and grabbed her collar. "Down!" he ordered, and she crouched at his feet, growling. "I hold her! I have had enough of that incarnated devil. Give me my knife, Omoni." "You call this butcher's axe a knife? You rascal, it's not a minute since you tried to kill me with it." "Aye, but that is nothing. I missed. If you were dead, you might complain. Give me the knife and be off." Omoni laughed. "You propose to have another crack at me, eh?" "Not I. Those llamas are a lousy gang. They told me I could come to no harm if I obeyed them and said my prayers. Their magic is useless. That she-devil of thine has torn my throat out. I doubt if I shall ever sing again. Give me the knife and I will go back to the hills. I wish I had never left Spiti." "I told you I am a friend," said Omni, spearing about in his mind for a clue as to how to carry on. "Aye, I wish I had believed you. Give me the knife." "Do you know your way around Delhi?" "No. May devils befoul the city. That is, I know a little. I can find my way to the T-Rain." Omni felt in his pocket, found an envelope, and penciled an address on it in bold printed characters. "Midway between 10 and 11 o'clock tonight, go out into the streets and get into the first gharry you meet. Give that to the driver. If the driver can't read it, show it to passers-by until you find someone who can. Then drive straight to that address, and I will pay the gharriwala. If your throat needs doctoring, it shall have it." "And my knife?" "I will return it to you tonight at that address." "All right. I will come there." "I suppose if I had given you the knife back now, you would have killed me with it?" "Maybe." "But you are no fool, Omoni. You had better go quickly, before those llamas find some way of making trouble for you." Omoni accepted that advice, although he did not believe that, if they really were llamas, they would go out of their way to make trouble for anyone outside their own country. It is one thing to attack an intruder, quite another thing to follow a man through the streets and murder him. He was glad he had hurt nobody. Dawatsaring's hurt was plainly not serious. There is no satisfaction whatever in violence, if it can possibly be avoided, to a man of Omni's temperament. He walked in a hurry along the narrow, winding passageways and found the street again, bought food for Diana, gave her the package to carry, for she was temperamentally dangerous in a crowd after having used her jaws in action, unless given something definite to do, and after 15 minutes' search found a gari, in which he drove to McGregor's office. McGregor was not there, so he pursued him to his bungalow, where he fed Diana and examined curios for 15 minutes before deciding what to say. McGregor understood that perfectly. He might not know Omni as he knew files, the law of probabilities and criminal statistics. He might, from deep experience, mistrust his own opinion. But he did know that when Omni poked around in that way, picking up things and replacing them, it was wise to wait and not ask questions. He smoked and watched his servant putting studs into a clean dress shirt. "Have you one man you can absolutely bet on, who could take a package to Tilggon and could be trusted not to monkey with it on the way, or lose it, or let it get stolen?" he asked at last. "Number 17. Aaron Macaulay, the Eurasian, is leaving for Simla on tonight's train. He would probably want to spend a day or two in Simla, but he could go on to Tilggon after that. He's quite dependable." "Yes, I trust Aaron Macaulay. I want a small box, stout paper, string, and sealing wax." McGregor produced them and watched Omni wrap up the piece of jade and seal it with his own old-fashioned signet ring. He addressed the package to Miss Hannah Sanborn at the Tilggon mission. "Better tell Macaulay it contains banknotes," said Omni. "That'll give him a sense of importance and keep him from being too curious. Tell him to ask Miss Sanborn to keep the package there for me until I come." "All right. Now what's the theory?" "Nothing much. I was attacked just now. Not serious. The man who got the worst of it will join us after dinner. I'll give you all the grisly details then. Might possibly surprise you. See you again at Mrs. Cornick Campbell's." "Who is a fountain of surprises?" said McGregor, smiling. "Meanwhile, how about protection? Do you want a bodyguard?" It was not exactly clear why he was smiling. "No," said Omni, looking contemplatively at Diana, who appeared to have fallen asleep on a Bokhara rug. "I've got a more than usually good one, thanks. Observe." He started on tiptoe for the door. Diana reached it several strides ahead of him and slipped out first, to sniff the wind and make sure that the shadows held no lurking enemy. "If men were as faithful as dogs," he began. But McGregor laughed. "They're not. Faith, very largely, is absence of intelligence. Intelligence has to be trained to be honest. It has no morals otherwise. Without a good Scots grounding in religion, the greater the intelligence, the worse the crook." "Oh, rot," said Omni, and walked out, leaving McGregor chuckling. "A certain poet, who was no fool, bade men take the cash and let the credit go. I find this good advice, albeit difficult to follow. Nevertheless, it is easier than what most men attempt. They seek to take the cash and let the debit go, and that is utterly impossible, for as we sow, we reap." From the Book of the Sayings of Tsiang Samdap. Chapter 6. Misish Anbun is mad. Even since the armistice, when military glory topped the rise and started on the downgrade of a cycle, there are still worse fates than being wealthy in your own right and the wife of a colonel commanding a Lancer regiment, even if your children have to go to Europe to be schooled, and your husband is under canvas half the time. And there are much worse fates than dining with Mrs. Cornick Campbell anywhere, in any circumstances. To be in a position to invite yourself to dinner at her Delhi bungalow means that, whatever your occupation, you may view life now and then from the summit, looking downward. Viceroys come and go. Mrs. Cornick Campbell usually educates their wives. They say she knows everything, even why the German crown prince once cut short a tour of India. And that, of course, means she is no longer in the bloom of youth and never indiscreet. For you don't learn state secrets by being young and talkative. Omni is one of her pet cronies, though they rarely meet, which is the way things happen in India. He looks such a blunt, old-fashioned bachelor in a dinner jacket dating from away before the war. The contrast he creates with modern artificial cynicism is so satisfying, and he so utterly lacks pose or pretense that he brings out all her vivacity, which is apt to be chilled when imitation people assume manners for the sake of meals. The talk, for the hour while dinner lasted, was of anything in the world but ringding llamas and the arbor country. Omni was probed for epigrams, coined in the depths of his forest, that should make John McGregor wince and laugh, such statements as that, "You can look for faults or virtue. Vultures prefer ullage. Suit yourself. A man sees his own vices and his own virtues reflected in his neighbor, nothing else. Another's crimes are what you yourself would commit under equally strong pressure. His virtues are greater than your own, if only because they're less obvious. The most indecent exhibition in the world is virtue without her cloak on. Not polite exactly, particularly not to the Chief of the Secret Service, but not tainted by circumlocution. And again, they say the fact that people work entitles them to vote. Horses work harder than men. Soapbox nonsense. The only excuse for work is that you like it, and the only honest objection to loafing is that it's bad for you. John McGregor, in the rare hours when he's not feeling the pulse of India's restless underworld, is an addict of the wee free kirk, with convictions regarding the devil. "A personal devil?" said Omni. "I wish there was one. Hell breeds more dangerous stuff than that. If I thought there was a devil, I'd vote for him. He'd clean up politics." John McGregor, ganglion of India's crime statistics and acquainted with all evil at first hand, was shocked, to Mrs. Cornet Campbell's huge delight. "Now, John, what have you to say to that?" McGregor cracked a nut nervously and sipped at his Madeira. He could find a host of half-baked theorists to praise him for the blasphemy, he said deliberately. But the ultimate appalling circumstance of being damned is a high price for applause. Omni laughed. "I'd rather be thought damned by a man I respect than be praised by damned fools," he retorted. "We three will meet beyond the border, Mac." "I'm looking forward to it. I can't see anything unpleasant in death except the morbid business of dying. May there be no moaning at the bar when I put out to sea. It looks as if I might be the first of the three of us to take that trip." So, by a roundabout route, the conversation drifted to its goal. Over her shoulder at the piano, in the rose and ivory music room after dinner, Mrs. Cornet Campbell tossed the question that brought secrets to the surface. "John says you are going to the Abhor country." John McGregor's eyes glowed with anticipation, but he crossed his legs and lit a cigarette, throwing himself back into the shadow of an antique chair to hide the smile. "Going to try," said Omni. "My sister and Fred Terry disappeared up there 20 years ago. They left no trace." "Are you sure?" She went on playing from Chopin, and Omni did not notice the inflection of her voice. He was listening to the piano's overtones, vaguely displeased when she closed the piano without finishing the nocturne. "I was at Tilggon 7 months ago," she said. "Colin," that was her husband, "had to go to Burma, so I went to Darjeeling. I heard of the Marmaduke mission and grew curious. I wrote, and Miss Sanborn kindly invited me to come and stay with her. The most delightful place. Please pass me a cigarette." "Did Hannah mention me?" asked Omni. "Indeed she did. You seemed to be her beau ideal, and funnily enough she said you and the llama Tsiang Samdap must have been twin brothers in a former incarnation. She told me you and he have never met each other, although you are co-trustees with her under Marmaduke's will. It sounds like Gilbert and Sullivan. I didn't see the llama, but I did meet someone else who is quite as interesting." McGregor crossed his legs and blew smoke at the ceiling. "How well do you know Miss Sanborn?" asked Mrs. Cornet Campbell at the end of a minute's silence. She was watching Diana, stretched out on the bearskin, hunting gloriously in a dream Valhalla. If she saw Omni's face, it was through the corner of one eye. "Oh, as well as a man can ever hope to know a very unusual woman," said Omni. "That doesn't go deep, does it? I admit I suspected you at first. Then I remembered how long I have known you, and well, you're unorthodox and you're a rebel, but I couldn't imagine you leaving a child nameless." "What on earth do you mean?" asked Omni. "So I suspected Marmaduke, naturally. But all sorts of dates and circumstances turned up quite casually, which eliminated him. I was at Tilggon a whole month before I was quite sure that Miss Sanborn is not a mother. I was almost disappointed. She is such a dear. I admire her so much that it would have given me a selfish satisfaction to know such an abysmal secret and to keep it even on a deathbed. However, the child is not hers. She calls her an adopted daughter, though I doubt that there are any legal papers. The girl is white. She's about 20. The strangest part is this, that the girl disappears at intervals." "This is all news to me," said Omni. Mac said something, but it isn't news, you iconoclast. It's a most romantic mystery. The girl was there when I arrived. She wouldn't have been. But you know what a business it is to get to Tilggon. I was supposed to wait for ponies and servants from the mission. They didn't come. And as there was a party of Raja's people going, I travelled with them. They were in a hurry, so I reached the mission quite a number of days before I was expected, and I met the girl on the far side of the rope bridge just before you reached Tilggon. You remember the place? There's a low, steep cliff with only a narrow passage leading out of it. She was sitting there nursing a twisted ankle, nothing serious. But she couldn't get away without my seeing her, and of course it never entered my head to suspect that she would want to avoid me. She told me her name was Elsa. That was my sister's name, remarked Omni, who had an old-fashioned way of growing sentimental when that name cropped up among intimates. I lent her a spare pony and she rode up to the mission with me. Jolly, she was the jolliest girl I have ever seen, all laughter and intelligence, with strange, sudden fits of demureness, or perhaps that isn't the right word. Freeze isn't the right word either. She would suddenly lapse into silence and her face would grow absolutely calm, not expressionless but calm, like a Chinese girl's. It was as if she were two distinct and separate women. But she's white. I watched her fingernails. Might be Chinese, Omni suggested. They're given to laughter, and their fingernails don't show the dark lunula when they're pressed. Hannah Sanborn receives all comers at the mission. I am certain she is English, Mrs. Cornet Campbell answered. But as far as I could judge, she speaks Tibetan and several dialects perfectly. Her English hasn't a trace of Chichi accent. She has been wonderfully educated. She has art in every fibre of her being, plays the piano fairly well, mostly her own compositions, and you may believe me or not, they're fit to be played by a master. And she draws perfectly, from memory. That night at supper and afterward she talked incessantly and kept on illustrating what she meant by drawing on sheets of paper. Wonderful things, not caricatures, snapshots of people and things she had seen. Wait, I've kept some of them, let me show you. She found a portfolio and laid it on Omni's lap. He turned over sheet after sheet of pencil drawings that seemed to have caught motion in the act. Yaks, camels, oxen, Tibetan men and women taken in mid-smile, old monastery doorways, flowers, done swiftly and with humour. There was a sureness of touch that men work lifetimes to achieve, and there was a quality that almost nobody in this age has achieved, a sort of spirit of antiquity as simple as it was indefinable in words. It was as if the artist knew that things are never what they seem, but was translating what she saw of things' origins into modern terms that could be understood. The drawings were of yesterday, clothed in the garments of today and looking forward to tomorrow. She seemed to see right through you, Mrs. Cornet Campbell went on. I don't believe the smartest man in the world could fool that girl. She has the something within that men instinctively recognize and don't try to take liberties with. She seemed equally familiar with Tibetan and European thought, as well as life, and to know all the country to the northward. I gathered she had been to Lhasa, which seems incredible, but she spoke of it as if she knew the very street stones, and you'll see there are sketches of bits of Lhasa in that portfolio. Notice the portrait of the Dalai Lama and the sketch of the Southern Gate. And all the while the girl talked, Miss Sanborn seemed as proud and as uncomfortable as a martyr at the stake. When Elsa began to talk of Lhasa, I thought Miss Sanborn would burst with anxiety. You could see she was on the perpetual point of cautioning her not to be indiscreet, but she restrained herself with a forced smile that made me simply love her. I know Miss Sanborn was in agonies of terror all the time. When Elsa had gone to bed, that was long after midnight, I asked Miss Sanborn what her surname was. She hesitated for about 30 seconds, looking at me. I know how she looked, said Omni. Like a fighting man with a heartache. That look has often puzzled me. What did she say? She said, Mrs. Cornet Campbell, it was not intended you should meet Elsa. She is my adopted daughter. There are reasons. And of course at that I interrupted. I assured her I don't pry into people's secrets. She asked me whether I would mind not discussing what little I already knew. She said, "I'm sorry I can't explain, but it is important that Elsa's very existence should be known to as few people as possible, especially in India." Of course, I promised, but she agreed to a reservation that I might mention having met the girl, if anything I could say should seem likely to quiet inquisitive people. And that was a good thing, because I had no sooner returned to Delhi than John McGregor came to dinner and asked me pointedly whether I had seen any mysterious young woman at Tilggon. I think John intended to investigate her with his staff of experts in— what is the right word, John? "Worm's eye views," said McGregor. "Not all the king's horses nor all the king's men could have called me off, as you did with a smile and a glass of Madeira. Thus are governments corrupted." "So you're the second individual to whom I have opened my lips about it," said Mrs. Cornet Campbell, not exactly watching Omni, but missing none of his expression, which was of dawning comprehension. "I'm beginning to understand about 100 things," he said musingly. "You'd think, though, Hannah would have told me." Mrs. Cornet Campbell smiled at John McGregor. "Didn't you know he'd say just that? Wake up, Cotswold, this isn't church. It's because you're her closest friend that you're the last person in the world she would tell." "She's a woman." Then there were noises in the garden, and Diana left off dreaming on the bearskin to growl like an earthquake. "An acquaintance of mine," said Omni. "If you can endure the smell, please let him in. Or we might try the veranda." Diana had to be forcibly suppressed. The butler, a Goanese, which means that he had oddly assorted fears, as well as a mixed ancestry and crossbred notions of convention that were skin-deep and as hard as onyx, had to be rebuked for near rebellion, and Dawataring, with his neck swathed in weirdly smelling cloth, had to be given a mat to sit on, lest he spoil the carpet. It needed that setting to make plain how innocent of cleanliness his clothes were, and his reek was of underground donkey stables with some sort of chemical added. There were reasons connected with possible eavesdroppers why the deep veranda was unsuitable. "And the knife, Omoni?" he asked, squatting cross-legged, admiring the room. "Is this thy house? Thou art a rich man. I think I will be thy servant for a while. Is the woman thy wife?" "It is not good to be a woman's servant. Besides, I am a poor hand at obedience. Nay, return me my knife and I will go." "Not yet," said Omni, studying by which roundabout route it might be easiest to elicit information. He decided on the sympathetic personal. The man's neck had plainly received attention, but the subject served. "Shall I get a doctor for your neck?" "Nay, Chiang Samdup made magic and put leeches on it and some stuff that burned. Lo, I recover." "You mean the holy Lama Chiang Samdup? The Ringding Gelong Lama, he who was at Chhatterchand's this afternoon?" Omni knew quite well whom he meant, but he wanted to convey the information to the others without putting the hillman on guard. By the look in the hillman's eye, his mood was talkative, boastful, a reaction from the failure of the afternoon. "Aye, the same. I should have thought his chela would have attended to that." "Samding? Nay, they say that fellow is too sacred altogether. Not that I believe it. I could cut his throat and show them he dies gurgling and whistling like any other man. But the Lama looks after him like an old wife with a young husband, and the boy mayn't soil his fingers. Rebuke thy dog, Omoni. She eyes me like a devil in the dark, so that is better. Oh, I wish I had never come southward, yet I have seen this house of thine. It is a wonder. It will serve to speak of when I go back to Spiti and tell tales around the fire." Omni translated for the other's benefit and went on questioning. "I suppose you will return to Tilggon with the Lama and his chela?" "May the stars and my karma forbid. I go under the belly of a tea-rain as I came. To Kalka I go, and thence by foot on the old road to Simla, where I know a man who will pay me to carry goods to the Raja of Spiti. That is a long journey and a difficult. I shall be well paid." Again Omni translated. "Ask him how and where he learned that trick of riding under trains," said McGregor. "Oh, as to that," said Dawataring, "there are few things simpler. In my youth," he spoke as if he were already ancient instead of perhaps 2 or 23, "I desired a woman of Spiti whose husband was unwise. He should have gone on a journey oftener, and he should not have returned in such haste. I wearied of his homecomings, so I lay in wait and slew him. And the Raja of Spiti, who is a jealous man, liking to attend to all the slaying in that country, which is nevertheless too much for one individual, even if he does have an army of 50 men, fined me 300 rupees. Where should I get such a fortune? Yet unless I paid it, I should have to join his army and gather fuel, which is as scarce in Spiti as an honest woman. So I ran away. And after wandering about the hills a month or two, enjoying this and that adventure, I reached Simla, where I met a man with whom I gambled, he offering to teach me a new game, not knowing we used dice in Spiti. And his dice were loaded, so I substituted mine. And when I had won from him more than he could pay, he offered to teach me his profession. Gambling? Asked Omni. Nay, I never gamble. I take no chances. I do the gods a favor now and then, since it seems from all accounts they need it, but I never trust them. That fellow told me of the tea rains that run from Kalka southward, to and fro, and of the many rupees that the passengers leave in their pockets while they sleep. He supposed I would undertake the dangerous part and thereafter share the loot with him, and he showed me how to hide under a tea rain until nightfall, and then— But it was easy. And I found out after a while where he hid the half of our profits, which he claimed as his share after I had done all the climbing in and out of windows in the dark. So I took what he had hidden, and what with my own savings the total amounted to more than 1,000 rupees. Then I returned to Spiti, and I buried the money in a certain place, and went to the Rajah and lied to him, saying I had earned the amount of the fine as a woodcutter, but that a certain one, who was always my enemy, had stolen the money from me on the very first night that I returned. So the Rajah transferred my fine to that other man who had to pay it, and then, of course, I had to leave Spiti again, swiftly. That other man has many friends, but I will find a way to deal with him. When did you first meet the holy Lama Tsiang Samdup? Omoni asked. Ha! I returned to the tea rains, being minded to make a fortune, but the gods played a scurvy trick on me. I was doing nicely. But on a certain night, a fool of a policeman pounced on me at an istasyon just as I was crawling in under the wheels. He dragged me out by the leg, and it was not a proper time to kill him, since there were many witnesses. So I raised a lamentation, saying I would ride to Delhi to the bedside of a friend, and that I had no fare. And lo, the Lama Tsiang Samdup stepped out of the tea rain and paid my fare, praying that I would permit him thus to acquire merit. So I rode with him to Delhi, he questioning me all the night long, and I at my wits' end to invent sufficient lies wherewith to answer him. And in Delhi, I being a stranger in the city, he set out with me to help me find my friend. And there being no friend, we naturally did not find him, whereat the Lama wept. So it seemed to me he was a man who needed someone to look after him. Moreover, he was certainly a very rich man, and I had not yet thought of a way of defeating my enemy in Spiti. Restrain thy she-dog, Omni. I like not the look in her eye. Omni put Diana outside with orders to guard the front door. How long ago did this happen? He asked, forcing himself to look only vaguely interested as he resumed his seat. Oh, maybe a year ago, or longer. The time passes. I agreed to serve the Lama for a while, although he wearied me with his everlasting lectures about merit and the wheel and the gods know what else. Also, he keeps low company, actors and singers and such folk. When he left me at Tilggon on his way northward, I was well content to rest from him a while. He gave me money, of which he has plenty, although he is much too careful with it. And there were good-looking girls at the mission, which is a marvel of a place with a high wall. But I saw how to climb the wall. So it came about that there was trouble between me and Mrs. Anbun, she who is abbess of the place, a bold woman who was not afraid to stand up to me and speak her mind. Lo, I showed her my knife and she laughed at it. I speak truth. So by the time the Lama came back from the north, I was a byword and a mockery among the people of Tilggon, who are a despicable lot but prosperous, and full of a notion that Mrs. Anbun is the cause of all good fortune. And she, of course, being a woman and unmarried, which is witchcraft, told tales to the Lama about me when he returned, whereat he, the old fool, was distressed, saying he was answerable, in that he had left me there during his absence. He spoke much about the wheel and merit and responsibility, and I, who cannot help liking the old fool, although I laugh at him, and at myself for eating rebuke from him, was ashamed. I was ashamed. He made me promise to perform acts of repentance, as he said, to offset my own sins. But as I think, because he had a use for me. And now he had Samding with him, the chela, whom all men in that part regard as a reincarnation of some ancient prodigy, who has been dead so long that his bones must have dissolved into powder. But the priests tell just such tales, and who can say they are not true? And there was much excitement over a piece of green stone. It had disappeared from somewhere up north, although none mentioned the name of the place whence it had come. But I had heard something, and the rest I saw. There had come a man from Abhor to the mission, dying of a belly wound, and if my advice had been asked, he would have been left to die outside the wall, because those arbors are devils. I have heard they eat corpses, which is a dog's business, and I know none dares to enter their country. But Mrs. Anbun is mad, and she took him into the mission, where they stitched up the belly wound and tried to make him live. But he died, and they found the stone in his clothing, and Mrs. Anbun kept it. There was much talk about the stone, for the most part nonsense. Some said this, and some said that, but it was clear enough that whoever really owned the stone had set inquiries going, and a rumor had been spread that there was danger in possessing it. I had made up my mind to steal the stone from Mrs. Anbun and discover how much it might be worth to a man of some skill in bargaining. For it seemed to me there could not be much danger to me as long as I had my knife. Where is my knife, Omoni? Presently? Well, don't forget to return it to me. That knife and my future are one. As I was saying, I was about to steal the stone. But a girl in the mission, one whose virtue I had satisfactory reason to suspect, forestalled me. She took the stone and ran with it toward the house of Sirdar Sirohe Singh, who is a prince of devils and a father of lice, and no good. He had warned me to leave Tilggon, and I had told him who his father was. And there had come a rat of a man named Tin Lal to Tilggon, too much given to asking questions. Him I was minded to slay, because that girl, whose virtue I say was not such as others seemed to think, no longer smiled at me when I sat in the sun near the mission gate, but took more notice of Tin Lal than was seemly. Night after night I had waited for her, and it came to my ears too late that there was a reason that concerned me for the smile in Tin Lal's impudent eye. I whetted the edge of my knife on a stone by the image of the Lord Buddha that is set into a niche in the mission wall. But the girl stole the stone and ran off with it, and Tin Lal waited for her at a narrow place where the path to the Sirdar's house runs between a cliff on the one hand and a deep ravine on the other, a place where the eagles nest and there is mist ascending from the waterfall below. He pushed her into the ravine and climbed down after her, taking the stone. And then he disappeared, and Sirdar Sirohe Singh, who is a dog, whose liver is crawling lice, whose heart is a dead fish, accused me of the deed. There was talk of bringing me before the Raja, and there was other talk of driving me away. Nevertheless, I had promised the llama I would wait for him in Tilggon. I was not minded that my time had come. Moreover, I am one who keeps promises. So I slew the loudest talkers, very secretly by night, and after that there was not so much insolence toward me when I passed up and down the village. Oh, hey, but I was weary of Tilggon, and when the llama came, he at first believed I had slain the girl and stolen the stone. But he is not entirely a fool in all respects, and the Chela Samding has more brains than a grown man with a beard down to his belly. It was the Chela who said that if I had in truth stolen the stone, I would certainly have run away with it and not have stayed in Tilggon like an eagle hatching eggs. And the llama, having listened to a million lies and discovered the truth like a bird in the mist among them, told me I might earn much merit by following the trail of Tin Lal to the southward and recovering the stone. The Lama Tsiang Samdup said to me, "Slay not, but obtain the stone from Tin Lal, and I will pay thee more for it than any other dozen men would pay." And he named a price, a very great price, which set me to dreaming of the girls in Spiti and of a valley where I minded some day to build a house. So I, having furthermore a grudge of my own against Tin Lal, agreed, and I followed the rat Tin Lal to Delhi, where, as I have told you, I saw him, through the shop window where the snake is, sell the stone to Chhatterchand, the jeweler. But the llama and Samding had come to Delhi likewise, and to them I told what I had seen, having lost sight of Tin Lal in the crowd. And now give me back the knife, O Moni, that I may hunt for Tin Lal. I have an extra grudge against him. Has he not robbed me of the price the llama would have paid me for the stone? Oh, hey, my honor and my anger and his end are one. Give me the knife, O Moni. The hillman smiled winningly, as one who has talked his way into a hard man's heart. He held his hand out, leaning forward as he squatted on the mat. Tin Lal is in the jail, said Omni. Oh, is that so? That makes it easy. I will wait outside the jail. They will not keep him in there forever. What is that house where you tried to kill me this afternoon? Omni asked. A place kept by Tibetans where the Lama stays when in Delhi. That is where the actor people come to see him. Why did you attack me? Why not? You had said the Lama shall have the stone. Therefore it was clear to me that you must have it. Therefore, if I should take it from you, I could sell it to the Lama. I am no fool. Omni, with something like contentment in his eye, began to translate for the benefit of the others as much as he could remember of Dawataring's tale, tossing occasional questions to the hillman to get him to repeat some detail. It was the company the Lama kept that seemed to interest him most. If you like, said McGregor when the tale was finished, I'll have those Tibetans searched. Omni was about to refuse that offer, but his words were cut short by an uproar on the porch. Diana, on guard and therefore unable to be tempted from her post, was barking like a battery of 6-pounders. He strode into the hall and listened, heard retreating footsteps, someone in no hurry padding firmly on soft-soled shoes toward the garden gate. He opened the door. Diana glanced angrily at a long, narrow, white envelope that lay on the porch floor under the electric light, and resumed her furious salvos at the gate. So ho, old lady, someone you knew brought a letter, eh? You weren't indignant till he threw it down and retreated. You never said a word while he was coming up the path. He wetted his finger and tested the hot night air. Aha! Wind's toward you. Recognized his smell. That's clear enough. All right. Good dog. On guard again. He picked up the envelope and walked into the house. Did you tell the Lama where you were coming tonight? He asked, standing over Dawataring, looking down at him. Aye, I did. Why not? How should I know, O Moni, that this was not a trap, and I with no knife to hack my way out of it? Suppose that you had thrown me in the jail. Who should then have helped me unless the Lama knew? I am no fool. Did you tell him I said he shall have the green stone? Nay, how often must I say I am no fool? Would he buy the stone from me after I had told him you said he shall have it? The letter exclaimed Mrs. Cornet Campbell. Are you made of iron, Cotswold? How can you hold a mysterious letter in your hand without dying to know what is in it? Give it to me. Let me open it if you won't. Omni passed it to her. John McGregor lit another cigarette. It is the teaching of financiers and statesmen, and of them who make laws and of most religionists, that of all things a man should first seek safety for his own skin, for his own money, for his own soul. Yet I find this teaching strange. Because of all the dangers in the universe, the greatest lies in self-preferment. From the Book of the Sayings of Tsiang Samdup, Chapter 7, Sarcasm. I wonder if that ever pays. The letter was written on the same long ivory-colored paper as that which had reached McGregor's office in the silver tube, but this time it was not European handwriting, although the words were English. Someone more used to a brush, such as the Chinese use, and who regarded every pen stroke as a work of art in true relation to the whole, had taken a quill pen and almost painted what he had to say in terse, strong sentences. To Cotswold Omni, Esquire, at the house of his friend. May destiny meet you full measure of mercy. The piece of jade is neither yours nor mine. By deeds in the valley of indecision a soul ascends or descends. You are one to whom reward is no inducement, to whom honor is no more than wealth, a pleasing substitute for right-doing. There is nothing done in this life that is not balanced by justice in the lives to come, and the ultimate is peace. So do, and not by another's hand are deeds done. Nor is the end accomplished without doing all that lies at the beginning. Thus the beginning is the end, and the end the beginning, as a circle having no beginning and no end, from which is no escape but by the middle way, which lies not yonder, but at the feet of him who searches. Take the stone to Tilggon, which is one stage of the journey to the place whence it came. From Tilggon onward let those be responsible on whom the burden falls. There is danger in another's duty. Peace be with you. Peace give you peace, that you may multiply it. Tsiang Samdup. Mrs. Cornet Campbell read the letter aloud. Not smiling, she passed it to Omni and watched his face. He read it twice, frowning, and gave it to McGregor, who emitted his staccato foxbark laugh, which Diana heard and answered with one deep musical bay from the porch. "That links him technically. Tight," said McGregor, folding the letter with decisive finger strokes and stowing it into his pocket. "Where did he learn to write such English?" "Oxford," said Omni. "He took DD and LLD degrees, or so Marmaduke told me. We're not the only section of humanity that runs to secret service, Mac. We look for one thing, they for another. There isn't much they don't know about us, along the line that interests them." Mrs. Cornet Campbell looked incredulous. "A ring-ding-galong llama, an English doctor of divinity. Wonders don't cease, do they? What could he gain by taking that degree? Amusement? Are they as subtle as all that?" "Subtle, yes. Amusement, no," said Omni, frowning darkly. "How spike the guns of the persistent missionary unless they know how the guns are loaded? That's the gist of one of his letters to me. But damn the man, why couldn't he meet me by appointment instead of writing this stuff? I've suspected him for some time of—" Mrs. Cornet Campbell laughed. "He evidently knows you, Cotswold, better than you know him." "Know him? I've never met him," Omni retorted. "I saw him today for the first time, from behind a brass Buddha in Chhatterchand's shop. There've been lots of times when he ought to have met me, to talk over details in connection with the trusteeship, but it all had to be done by correspondence. He has set his signature to every paper I drew up, and he has agreed to every proposal I have made. Confound him. Why is he afraid of me? Why couldn't he come in instead of leaving that fool letter on the doorstep?" "Wise letter." Mrs. Cornet Campbell went back to the piano. None but Rimsky-Korsakov could describe her sensations. "He evidently knows how to manage you. Do you ever bet, John? I will bet you 5 rupees I know what's next." John McGregor drew a 5-rupee note from his pocket and laid it on the piano. Mrs. Cornet Campbell began playing. Dawataring, his head to one side like a bird's, watched her fingers, listening intently. "There are devils inside the machine," he said after a while. "Give me my knife, Omoni, and let me go." But Omni, pacing the floor, both hands behind him, frowning, took no notice of anyone. He was away off in a realm of conjecture of his own. "Remember, I stand to lose 5 dibs," McGregor remarked at the end of 5 minutes. "Suppose you put me out of agony. I'm Scots, you know." "Damn!" Omni exclaimed. "Why can't he take me into his confidence? I hate to suspect a man. Pen and ink anywhere." "I lose," said Mrs. Cornet Campbell, nodding toward a gilt and ivory writing desk against the wall. "Take back your 5 rupees, John. You'll find a 5 of mine being used as a bookmark in one of those volumes of Walter Pater on the shelf. Put something in its place." McGregor paid himself. Omni at the desk tore up sheet after sheet of paper, chuckled at last, and wrote a final draft. "There, that should do. That's obscure enough. That hoists him with his own petard. Why don't women ever have clean blotting paper?" He showed what he had written to McGregor, who read it aloud, Mrs. Cornet Campbell playing very softly while she listened. "To the holy llama Tsiang Samdup, in the place where he has chosen to secrete himself. I will take the middle way if I can find it, and I hope neither of us may get lost. I wish you all success. Cotswold Omni." "Sarcasm," said Mrs. Cornet Campbell. "I wonder if that ever pays." "We'll see." Omni sealed up the envelope, on which he had written simply Tsiang Samdup, and stood over Dawataring. "Take this letter to the llama. Come back here with proof you have delivered it, and you shall have your knife." "Send him in my dog cart," McGregor advised. "My Sayes is one of those rare birds who do as they're told. He doesn't talk or ask questions." So Dawataring was seen onto the back seat of the dog cart, with a horse blanket under him to keep grease off the cushion, and the conference was resumed. McGregor questioned Omni narrowly concerning the events of the afternoon, and particularly as to the exact location of the courtyard where the attack had taken place. "It doesn't look to me as if they meant to kill you," he said at last. "It seems to me they were hell-bent on merely driving you away." Tiddly, tum-tum. We've made a mess of this. We should have had that building watched. Catherine, I will bet these 10 rupees that our friend from Spiti draws blank. Men are unintuitive creatures, Mrs. Corner Campbell answered. No, John, I won't bet. The obvious thing was to take the llama at his word and go straight to Tilggon. I supposed Cotswold would see that, but he didn't. Did you? What is the objection? This, said Omni, pausing, looking obstinate. He is either my friend or he isn't. He has every reason to be frank with me. He has chosen the other line. All right. All wrong, she answered, chuckling. In that letter, in his own way, he invited you to trust him. I don't, remarked Omni, shutting his jaws with a snap that could be heard across the room. He refused to explain himself. He was not quite sure he could have done that, but had no inclination to try. If he had opened his lips, it would have been to invite McGregor to throw a plainclothes cordon around that house at the end of the courtyard, search the place, and expose its secrets. Habitual self-control alone prevented that. 20 years of living courteously in a conquered country, making full allowance for the feelings of those who must look to him for justice, had bred a restraint that ill temper could not overthrow. But he did not dare to let himself speak just then. He preferred to be rude, took up a book and began reading. Mrs. Cornock Campbell went on playing. John McGregor smoked in silence, pulling out the llama's letter, reading it over and over, trying to discover hidden meanings. So more than an hour went by with hardly a word spoken, and it was long after midnight when the wheels of McGregor's returning dog-cart skidded on the loose gravel of the drive at the rear of the house, and Diana awoke on the porch to tell the moon about it. Dawataring was admitted through the back door and shepherded in by the butler, who held his nose but who was not otherwise so lacking in appreciation as to shut the door tight when he left the room. Omni strode to the door, opened it wide, looked into the frightened eyes of the Goanese, and watched him until he disappeared through a swinging door at the end of the passage. Now, he said, shutting the door tight behind him. The llama is gone, Dawataring announced dramatically. If I had had my knife, I would have slain the impudent devil who gave me the news. Tripe out of the belly of a pig is his countenance. Eggs are his eyes. He is a Ragyaba. The son of evil pretended not to know me. When I offered him the letter for the llama, he growled that Chiang Samdup and his chela had gone elsewhere. When I bade him let me in, that I might see for myself, he answered ignorantly. Ignorantly? How do you mean? He struck me with a bucket of which the contents were garbage unsuitable to a man of my distinction. So I crowned him with the bucket, thus, not gently, and his head went through the bottom of the thing so that, as it were, he wore a helmet full of smells and could no longer see. So then I smote him in the belly with my fist, thus, and with my foot, thus, as he fell, and then I came away. And there is the letter. Smell it. Behold the dirt on it, in proof I lie not. Now give me my knife, Omni. Omni went into the hall and produced the knife from behind the hat rack. Dawataring thumbed the edge of the blade lovingly before thrusting the weapon into its leather scabbard inside his shirt. Now I am a man again, he said devoutly. They would better avoid me with their buckets full of filth. Omni studied him in silence for a moment. Did you ever have a bath? He asked curiously. Aye. Chiang Samdup and his chela made me take one whenever they happened to think fit. That is how I know they are not especially holy. There is something heretical about them that I do not understand. I am worse than they, said Omni. No doubt. They have their good points. I have none. You must wash yourself as often as I tell you, and I shall give the order oftener than they did. From now on, you are my servant. But who says so? I do. You desire me. No, because I already have you. I can dispose of you as I see fit, said Omni. I can send you to the jail for killings and for train robberies, and for trying to murder me this afternoon, or I can bid you work out the score in other ways. That is true, more or less. Yes, there is something in what you say, Omni. It is not more or less true. It is quite true. How so? Have I not my knife? Would you like to fight me? I can slay that she-dog of thine as easily as I can lay thy bowels on the floor. No, said Omni. No honourable man could do that to his master. Are you not an honourable man? None more so. And I am your master, so that settles it. Dawataring looked puzzled. There was something in the reasoning that escaped him. But it is what men do not understand that binds them to others' chariot wheels. Well, I do not wish to return to Spiti, yet, he said reflectively. But about the bath, how often? Besides, it is contrary to my religion, now I come to think of it. Change your religion, then. Now no more argument. Which way has the llama gone? Oh, as to that, I suppose I could discover that. How much will you pay me? 30 rupees a month. Clean clothing, 2 blankets and your food. That is almost no pay at all, said Dawataring. To make a profit at that rate, I should have to eat so much that my belly would be at risk of bursting. There is discomfort in so much eating. They would give you enough to eat and no more without money in the jail, said Omni, and you would have to obey a babu and be shaved by a contractor and make mats without reward. And if you were very well behaved, they would let you rake the head Jemadar's garden. Moreover, Tin Lal, who is also in the jail, would mock you at no risk to himself, since you would have no knife. And because he is clever and malignant, he would constantly get you into trouble, laughing when you were punished. And since he is only in the jail for a short time, and you would be in for a long time, there would be no remedy. However, suit yourself. You are a hard man, Omani. I am. I have warned you. Oh, well, I suppose it is better so. A soft knife is quickly dulled, and men are the same way. Yielding men are not dependable. Pay me a month's wages in advance, and tomorrow we will buy the blankets. But beginnings are beginnings. A foundation not well laid destroys the whole edifice. From now on until I set you free, your desires are nothing, Omni said sternly. You consider my needs and my convenience. When I have time to consider yours, it will remain to be seen whether I forget or not. Go and wait on the porch. Try to make friends with the dog. She can teach you a lot you must learn in one way or another. If the dog permits you leisure for thought, try to imagine which way the llama may have gone. Dawataring went out through the hall, too impressed by the novelty of the situation even to mutter to himself. Omni went to the window and said 2 or 3 words to Diana, whose long tail beat responsively on the teak boards. Presently came the sound of Dawataring's voice. "O thou, my time has not come to be eaten. Have wisdom." A low, rumbling growl announced that Diana was considering the situation, keeping Omni's command in mind. "I have no doubt thou art a very evil devil." Again the growl, followed by a thump and the shuffling sound of Dawataring squatting himself on the porch. "So, thus, we will see whether Omone knows what he is doing. Attack me and die, thou mother of fangs and thunder. Then I will know it is not my karma to obey this Omone. Lie still, thou earthquake, and I will—" His voice dropped to a murmur and died away. Thoughts too obscure for expression seemed to have riveted his whole attention. Omone, peering through the shutter slats, could see him sitting almost within arm's reach of the dog, staring straight in front of him at the stars on the north horizon. He turned to Mrs. Cornock Campbell. "And now I'll go away and let you sleep. When we come to your house, Mac and I invariably forget manners and stay into the wee small hours." But at a sign from her, he sat down again. She closed the piano and locked it. "Cotswold," she said, "tell me what you have in mind. You have said too much or too little." "I have told all I know, that is, that I care to tell, even to you," Omni answered. "I suppose, as a matter of fact, I'm a bit piqued. That llama has had scores of opportunities to realize that I wouldn't betray confidences. I am told I'm notorious for refusing to tell the government what I know about individuals, and the llama is perfectly aware of that. I've risked my job 50 times by insisting on holding my tongue. Am I right, Mac?" "You are," McGregor answered with a dry smile. "I remember, I once considered it my duty to advise threatening you with drastic penalties. I would have ordered you tortured, but for the circumstance that means of inducement is out of date. And besides, I had my doubts of its efficacy in your instance." Omni grinned. He preferred that praise to all the orders in the almanac. "So damn the llama," he went on fervently. "He has kept aloof for 20 years. I'm satisfied there's something he's deliberately keeping from me. I've no notion what it is, but that piece of jade is probably connected with it. I'm going to track him, tempt him, force his hand." "Are you sure you've no notion what he's keeping from you?" Mrs. Cornet Campbell asked, and Omni stared hard at her while McGregor blew smoke at the ceiling. "Perhaps I have a sort of notion, yes," he answered slowly. "Sometimes I suspect he knows what took Fred Terry and my sister to the Arbor country." "And?" Mrs. Cornet Campbell studied him with dark blue eyes that seemed to search for something lacking in his mental makeup. "He may know what became of them." Mrs. Cornet Campbell smiled and sighed. "Well, we three will meet again before you go, I suppose." "No," said Omoni. "I expect to be gone before daybreak. I'll write when I get the chance. If we don't meet again this side of Yama's bar—" "This is India. It might happen," she answered. "Your friendship has been one of 5 things that have made my life in India worthwhile." "Oh, nonsense," he said gruffly. The least trace of sentiment frightened him. "I'm glad I've helped," she went on. "It's a privilege to have friends like you and John McGregor who don't imagine they're in love when you share their confidences. Good night. I don't believe you're going to your doom. I think I'd know it if you were." "Doom? There isn't any. There's only a reshuffling of the cards," said Omni. "Good night." We live in the eternal now, and it is now that we create our destiny. It follows that to grieve over the past is useless, and to make plans for the future is a waste of time. There's only one ambition that is good, and that is so to live now that none may weary of life's emptiness, and none may have to do the task we leave undone. From the Book of the Sayings of Tsiang Samdup. Chapter 8. The Middle Way. No man can learn any more of India in 20 years, or in any length of time, than he can learn about himself. And that is a mystery, but it is the door to understanding. And that is why men like Omni and John McGregor, who have given to India the whole of their active lives, will say in good faith that they know very little about the country. It is also why they are guarded in their praise of viceroys and candidly suspicious of all politicians. Why they listen to the missionary with emotion not entirely disconnected from cold anger, and why, when they return to England in late life, ripened by experience, they do not become leaders of men. Knowing how easily and how often they have deceived others and themselves have been deceived, they do not dare to pose as prophets. However, there are naturally some things that they do know, guidebooks, government reports, and experts notwithstanding. They know, some of them, that news travels up and down India without the aid of wire, semaphore, or radio, and faster than any mechanical means yet invented can imitate. It seems to travel almost with the speed of thought, but although it gets noised abroad, none will ever tell which individual released it. They also know that there are routes of travel, unconnected with the railway lines or trunk roads, not marked by recognizable signposts, and obscure to all who have not the key to them. Some of these routes are suspected to be religious in their origin and purpose. Some are political, and those are better understood. Some, they say, are survivals of forgotten periods of history when conquered people had to devise means of communication that could be kept absolutely secret from the conqueror. At any rate, the routes are there and are innumerable, crossing one another like lines on the palm of a man's hand. A man with the proper credentials, and whatever those are, they are neither written nor carried on the person, can travel from end to end of India, not often at high speed, but always secretly. And the strange part is that he may cross 100 other routes as unknown to himself as the one he travels by is secret from other people. The routes are opened, closed, and changed mysteriously. The men who use them seldom seem to know their exact detail in advance, and the fact that a man has traveled once by one of them, or even a dozen times, is no proof that he can return the same way. The underground route by which runaway slaves were smuggled from south to north before the Civil War in the United States is a crude and merely suggestive illustration of how the system works. And one thing is certain: These, so to speak, underground communications have nothing whatever to do with the ordinary pilgrim routes, although they may cross them at 1,000 points. Like eternity, they seem to have neither beginning, end, nor relation to time. Midnight is as high noon, and you cut into them at any time or point you please, provided that you know how. "Hotel, I suppose," said McGregor, tooling the dog-cart along at a slow trot through the deserted streets. They were deserted, that is, of apparent life, but there are always scores of eyes alert in India. "No, set me down in the Chandni Chowk. I'll tell you where to stop." "Man alive, you can't go scouting in a dinner jacket." "Why not?" Omni asked obstinately. McGregor did not answer. Omni spoke his mind in jerky sentences. "Tomorrow morning. This morning, I mean, be a good chap. Pack my things at the hotel. Forward them all to Tilggon. Send someone you can trust. Let him leave them with Miss Sanburn. Bring back a receipt to you." "Money?" asked McGregor, nodding. "Plenty. If I need more, I'll cash drafts on Chhatterchand." "What name will you sign on them?" I'd better warn him, hadn't I? "No need. I'll make a mark on the drafts that he'll recognize." "Going to take the dog with you?" "Of course." McGregor smiled to himself. Omni noticed it. "By the way, Mac, don't try to keep track of me." Remarked McGregor. Omni's jaw came forward. "I might not know, but they would, Mac. You can't keep a thing like that from them. They'd close the middle way against me." McGregor whistled softly. The middle way to Nirvana is no particular secret. Anyone may read of it in any of 1,000 books, and he may tread that path who dares to declare war on desire. But that is esoteric, and no concern of the Secret Service. Exoterically speaking, the middle way is a trail that for more than a century the Secret Service has desired to learn with all its inquisitive heart. "I mean it, Mac. All bets are off unless you promise." "You needn't betray confidences," said McGregor. "You're not responsible if I keep tabs on you." "That's a naked lie, and you know it, Mac. I can get through if I burn all bridges. I haven't learned what little I do know by letting you know what I was doing. You know that." If you're killed or disappear? That's my lookout." "As a friend, you're all right. As an assistant, you're a disappointing, independent devil," said McGregor. "You're as useful as a bellyache to open a can of corned beef with." "All right, damn it, have your own way. Remember, I shall take you at your word. If you're ditched, there's no ambulance." "Splendid. Then here's where I vanish. Pull up by that lamp-post, won't you?" "Well, so long, old chap. Nothing personal, eh, Mac?" "No, damn you. Nothing personal. I wish I were coming with you. Good luck. Goodbye, old chap." They did not shake hands, for that might have implied that there was a dwindling friendship, to be bridged or denied recognition. Diana sprang down from behind, and Dawataring followed her. McGregor drove away, not looking back, and the sais, the sole occupant now of the back seat, sat with folded arms, staring straight along the middle of the street. But Omni took no chances with the sais. He watched until the dog-cart turned a corner before he made a move of any kind. Then he walked straight to a door between two shop fronts and pounded on it. He had to wait about 3 minutes before the door was opened, gingerly at first, then after a moment's inspection suddenly and wide. A very sleepy-looking Jew confronted him, a Jew of the long-nosed type, with the earlock that betokened orthodoxy. He had a straggly beard, which he stroked with not exactly nervous but exceedingly alert long fingers. "Omni! This time of night," he said in perfectly good English, but there was nothing that even resembled English about his makeup. He wore a turban of embroidered silk and a cashmere shawl thrown over a cotton shirt and baggy pantaloons. His bare feet showed through the straps of sandals. "Let me in, Benjamin." The Jew nodded and, holding a lantern high, led the way down a passage beside a staircase into a big room at the rear that was piled with heaps of clothing, costumes of every kind and color, some new, some second-hand, some worthy to be reckoned antiques. There were shelves stacked with cosmetics and aromatic scents. There were saddles, saddlecloths and blankets, tents and camp equipment, yak hair shirts from over the Pamirs, prayer mats from Samarkand, second-hand dress suits from London, silk hats, bowlers, turbans, Ancient swords and pistols, matchlocks adorned with brass and turquoise and notched in the butt suggestively. And there was a smell of all the ends of Asia that Diana sniffed and deciphered as a Sanskrit scholar reads old manuscripts. "I will have tea brought," said Benjamin, setting down the lantern and shuffling away in the dark toward the stairs. The impression was that he wanted time to think before indulging in any conversation. Omni sat down on a heap of blankets and beckoned Dawataring to come closer to the light. "Now you know where to find me," he said abruptly. "When the Jew returns, he shall let you out by the back door. Find your way to that house in the courtyard. Tell those Tibetans that unless that letter, you still have it, is delivered to the llama, he shall never get that for which he came to Delhi. Do you understand?" "Do you take me for a fool, Omni? You mean if he receives this letter, he shall have the green stone? But that is the talk of a crazy man. Tell him he must buy the stone, and then let me do the bargaining." Omni betrayed no more impatience than he used to when he was teaching the puppy Diana the rudiments of her education. "I see I have no use for you after all," he said, looking bored. "Huh! A blind man could see better than that. It is as clear as this lantern light that you and I are destined to be useful to each other. Nay, Omni, I will not go away." "What is that?" "I am not worth paying." "Is that so? Very well, I will stay and serve for nothing. Do you hear me, Omoni?" "Huh, those are the words of a great one, of a bold one. But it is nothing to me that you will not have me thrown into prison if I get hence. I say I will not go away. You will not answer, eh? Very well, I will go with the letter and that message. Then we will see. One of these days you will tell me I was right. Where is that Jew Bunya?" Benjamin came shuffling back along the passage, looking like an elongated spectre as he stood in the door with the dark behind him. Dawataring swaggered up to him, demanding to be let out, and from behind the hillman's back, Omni made a signal indicating the back door. Benjamin, very wide awake now and taking in everything with glittering black eyes, picked up the lantern and, leaving Omni in the dark, led the way into another large room at the rear, out of which a door opened into an alley. "That one not only has a stink, he has a devil. Beware of him, Omni," he said, returning and sitting down on the blanket pile, making no bones about it, not waiting for an invitation. He and Omni were evidently old friends. "My daughter will bring for us tea in a minute. Hey, we have all grown older since you hid us in that forest of yours, where the ghosts are, Omni, and the wolves and the tigers. Grrrah! What a time that was, our own people lifting hands against us. None but you believing us innocent. Ch. That cave was a place of terrors, but your heart was good. I left my middle age in that cave, Omni. Since 15 years ago, I am an old man." The daughter came, carrying another lantern and a brass Benares tray. A large-eyed woman with black hair, plump and the wrong side of 40, dressed in the Hindu fashion, her big breasts bulging under a yellow silk shawl. She made as much fuss over Omni as if he were a long-lost husband, but embarrassed him hardly at all because she did not use English, and the Eastern word sounded less absurd than flattery does in any Western tongue. "The son-in-law? Aha," said Benjamin. "Mordecai does well. He is in Bokhara just now, but that is a secret. He buys Bokhara pieces from the Jews who became poor on account of the Bolshevism. It is a long way to Bokhara, and no protection nowadays. We win or lose a fortune, Omni." The daughter poured tea into china cups that had once been a Raja's, and the three drank together as if it were a sacred rite, touching cups and murmuring words that are not in any dictionary. Then the daughter went away, and Omni, leaning back against the wall with Diana's great head on his lap, discussed things with Benjamin that would have made McGregor's ears burn if he had had an inkling of them. "Yes, Omni, yes, I know which way the llama travels. How do I know, eh? How was it you knew that a she-bear had a young one with her? Because she ground her teeth, wasn't that so?" "Well, I didn't know that, but I know a little about the llama. Let me think. There is danger, Omni, but... Benjamin's eyes shone, and his fingers worked nervously, as if they were kneading something concrete out of unseen ingredients. "You love danger as I love my daughter. You remember the time when you secured the costume business for me, in the Panch Mahal in Pegu, when the Raja married and spent a fortune in a week?" Omni nodded. Together, he and Benjamin had done things that are not included in the lives of routine, loving mortals, things that are forbidden, things that the orthodox authorities declare are not so. And there is mirth in memories of that kind, more than in all the comedies at which one pays legitimately to look on. Benjamin cackled and stroked his herd reminiscently. Did the Rajah ever learn that you and I were actors in that play? He. Did the priests ever discover it? He. Oh, my people. He. You remember how the Nautch girls were inquisitive? Omni, you had the key to the temple crypts in your hand that minute. What actresses they were! What incomparable artists! And what children! The half of them were in love with you, and the other half was so devoured by curiosity. Ah, how they wriggled with it! They would have betrayed the chief priest at a nod from you. And didn't they dislike me? I haven't your gift, Omni, for getting into the hearts. I can only see behind the brains. And what I see, but never mind. What times? What times? Did you never follow that up? Did you penetrate the crypt? Did you now? No time. Had to get back to work. Ah, well, you wouldn't tell me, I suppose. But why not once more be an actor? Omni, you know all the Hindu plays. I have seen you act Pururavas, and, well, believe me, I sat and pinched myself. I am telling you the truth. And even so, but listen, the Lama Tsiang Samdup is planning to take a company of actors north for certain reasons. It would have been hard for anyone who did not know him intimately to believe that Omni, as he sat there against the wall in an ultra-conservative English dinner jacket, could act any part except that of an unimaginative Englishman. There was not one trace of Oriental character about him, nor a hint of artistry. The only suggestion that he might be capable of more than met the eye was Benjamin's manifest affection, admiration, half familiar, half obsequious respect. I'm ready for anything, he said in a matter-of-fact voice. The question is, do you dare? That is the question. Ha! You have the courage of a Jew. Dare you act all parts, Omni? Oh, but the risk is, listen, there is a troupe of actors. Benjamin's long fingers began to knead the air excitedly, but Omni sat still, staring straight before him, frowning a little, aware that Benjamin was itching to divulge a confidence. Their director, Omni, is a man named Maitreya. His best male actor died. He will have to act the leading roles himself unless— I don't see the advantage, Omni objected. But he did. He saw it instantly. Listen, Omni, no bargain is a good one unless all concerned in it are gainers. Maitreya owes me money. He cannot pay. He is honest. He would pay me if he could. I hold his hundis. I could ruin him. He must do as I say. Now listen. There would be a solution of his difficulties, and I might even be willing to advance just a little more money for his needs. He would not need much, just a little, and he must do as I say. You understand? He must take you if I say so. The llama commissioned me to engage the actors. But won't he want to know all about the actors? Omni asked guardedly. He knew better than to turn down Benjamin's proposals point blank. Benjamin grew suddenly calm, shot one keen glance at Omni and changed his weapon, so to speak, into the other hand. It began to be clear enough that Benjamin had irons of his own to heat. Of course, if you ask me, Omni, if you were to ask my advice, as a man to a man of business, I would ask you, why not go straight to Tilggon and there wait for the llama? He is searching, you say, for a piece of jade, which is in your possession. Will he not follow you to Tilggon if you go straight there? How much trouble you would save, how much risk you would avoid, and how much information I might lose. Show me the jade, Omni. Can't! I've sent it to Tilggon. The llama doesn't know that. He thinks I've got it with me. Well? Then if you go to Tilggon, won't he follow you? Undoubtedly, but I prefer to follow him. It's this way. You and I, Benjamin, have been friends for 15 years, haven't we? If you have anything you want to keep from me, I don't doubt there are lots of things you tell me point blank, and I'm careful to shut my eyes and ears. If I stumble on anything by accident, I dismiss it from mind. I forget it. If you tell me a secret in confidence, I keep it a secret. Take no advantage of you. I know you treat me in the same way, but the llama is supposed to have been my friend for 20 years, although I've never met him to speak to, never saw him until yesterday. He has always managed not to meet me, without ever giving any reason for it. And he has conveyed the impression that he is keeping some great secret from me, without having the courtesy to ask me to restrain natural curiosity. Now comes this piece of jade with all sorts of mysterious side issues. He traces it into my hands. Instead of asking me for it and asking me as one friend to another not to follow up the mystery, he spies on me, deliberately counts on my honesty and courtesy, and keeps out of sight. He plans to meet me at Tilggon, where his arm might be lots longer than mine. I used to consider him a wise old saint, but lately he has made me suspect him of deep mischief. His spying on me is an open invitation to me to spy on him. I propose to find out all I can about him. If he has been using me as a stalking horse all these years, "You could begin at Tilggon, Omni, just as easily as here," said Benjamin, stroking his beard. His eyes were glittering eagerly, but friendship apparently imposed the obligation to find fault with the plan if possible before helping to carry it out. No, he wants me to go straight to Tilggon. I don't propose to play into his hands. The place to begin to unravel a mystery is at one or the other end of it. He may have traced you to my place, Omni. If you should go with Maitreya, the llama will know it. If he thinks you have the stone in your possession, he will probably try to steal the stone. I'm hoping he will exhaust his ingenuity. I can create a mystery on my own account. He'll be puzzled. He won't dare to have me murdered until he knows for certain where the stone is. For fear of losing track of it altogether, he'll have to do everything possible to preserve my life and to save me from exposure. If he is clever, he will go straight to Tilggon, said Benjamin. That is what I would do in his place. Then you would have to follow him. If he does that, well and good. But if my guess is right, he has a whole network of intrigue to attend to. He proposed to have me cool my heels in Tilggon while he attended to business on the way. Benjamin began to pace the floor between the heaps of assorted clothing. He seemed to be torn between personal interest and desire to give Omni the soundest possible advice, he muttered to himself. His arms moved as if he were arguing. Once he stood still with his back toward Omni and bit his nails. Then he walked the floor again 3 or 4 times, almost stopping each time as he passed Omni. At last he stood still in front of him. "If I tell you things that I should not tell, what will you think of me?" he asked. Omni laughed abruptly. "Suppose I tell you first what I think you have in mind," he said. "You old simpleton. Why do you suppose I came straight to you at this hour of the night?" He glanced up at the wall behind him. "You didn't get that devil mask in Delhi. It's hanging there to inform some sort of Tibetans that they've come to the right place. I've known for more than 9 years that you're the business agent for a monastery in the Abhor country. However, it's your secret. You don't have to tell me a thing you don't want to." Benjamin stared at him, a rather scandalized, a rather astonished, a rather sly old Benjamin, with his turban a little to one side and his lower lip drooping. There was a hint of terror in his eyes. "How much else do you know? You? Omni!" he demanded. "Nothing. That is, no more than a blind man who knew you intimately couldn't help knowing. Shut up if you want to. I don't pry into my friends' affairs, and you're not like the llama. You've kept nothing from me I was entitled to know." Not like the llama! Omni, if you knew—" Benjamin began mumbling to himself in Spanish, but there were Hebrew words interspersed with it. Omni, knowing no Hebrew or Spanish, let him mumble on, frowning as if busy with his own thoughts. There was still an hour before dawn, when the stirring of 1,000 other thoughts would inevitably break the chain of this one. Plenty of time for Benjamin to outpour confidences, nothing to be gained by urging him. "Chiang Samdup the Lama is good. He is better than both of us," Benjamin said at last emphatically. He seemed to be trying to convince himself. "God forbid that I should play a trick on him." But, not a word from Omni. To all appearance he was brown studying over something else, twisting Diana's ear, staring into the shadows beyond the lantern, so intent on his own thoughts that he did not move when a rat scurried over his feet. Benjamin burst into speech suddenly. 15, nearly 16 years, Omni. I have been agent for the Lama Chiang Samdup. You would never believe the things he buys, not ordinary things, and he pays with bullion, gold bars. Wait, I show you." He unlocked a safe in the corner of the store and produced 3 small bars of solid gold, giving them to Omni to weigh in the palm of his hand. But there was no mark upon them, nothing to identify their place of origin. "I have had dozens like those from him, dozens!" But Omni could not be tempted to ask questions. He knew Benjamin too well, suspected that Benjamin was too shrewd an old philosopher to engage in nefarious trade, also that he was itching to divulge a confidence. If you scratch a man who itches, impulse ceases. Besides, he was perfectly sincere in not wanting to pry into Benjamin's private affairs. To listen to them was another matter. Benjamin came and sat down on the pile of blankets, laid a hand on Omni's shoulder, thrust his chin forward, and screwed his eyes up. "If he should know I told, he'll never learn from me." "Girls! Nice little young ones!" Omni looked startled, stung. There was the glare in his eyes of a man who has been scurvily insulted. "Little European girls. Little orphans. 7, eh, Omni? Now what do you think? And all the supplies for them, constantly books. Little garments. Ah, but they grow, those young ones. Stockings. Shoes. Now what do you think of that?" "Are you lying?" Omni asked in a flat voice. "Would I lie to you? Would I tell it to any other man? First to get the girls, and such a business. Healthy they must be, and well born. That is, nicely born. And the first was a little Jewess, 8 years old at that time, from parents who were killed in Stamboul. That was not so very difficult. A Jew and his wife whom I knew intimately brought her as their own child to Bombay. And after that it was easy to dress her as a Hindu child, and to pretend she was a little young widow, and to smuggle her northward stage by stage. And once she reached Delhi, there was the middle way. Omni, the middle way. Ha ha! It was not so difficult, and the profit was very good." "I'm waiting for you to hedge," said Omni. "So far, I simply don't believe you." "Well, the next was 11 years old, and she made trouble. She was the child of a sea captain who was hanged for shooting drunken sailors. Some missionaries took care of her, but they said things about her father, and she ran away. From Pune. The mission was in Pune. So, of course, there was a search and much in the newspapers. We had to hide her carefully. The missionaries offered a reward, but she did not want to go back to the missionaries. In many ways, her character was such as Tsiang Samdup wished. And in the end, we conveyed her by bullock gari all the way from Bombay to Ahmedabad, where we kept her several months in the home of a Hindu midwife. Then the middle way. The middle way is easy when you know it. The third was from Bangalore, and she was only 9 months old, no trouble at all. The daughter of a very pretty lady who was engaged to be married. But the man died. She gave the baby to my wife's sister. That child went north in the arms of a Tibetan woman from Darjeeling. And the fourth was from London, a Russian musician's daughter. And the fifth was from Glasgow, and the sixth from Sweden, or so it was said. Those 3 were all about the same age, 6 or 7 or thereabouts. The 7th, she was 9 years old, and the best of them all was from New York, born in New York. Or at sea, I forget which. Her father, an Irishman, died, and the mother, who was English, went to visit her people in England. But the people had died too, so she went back to America, and there was some difficulty in connection with the immigration laws. She was not allowed to land. She had to return to England, where there was destitution, and I know not what followed after that, though it is easy to imagine things. The mother was dying, and I was told she wished above all things to save the child from being put in an institution. Some people who are well known to me offered to care for the child. It happened I was in London, Omni. I went and saw the mother, and since she was dying, I took a chance and told her certain things, and perhaps because she was dying, and therefore could understand and see around the corner, as it were, she agreed. We had conversed, as you might say, heart to heart. It was I who brought that child to India. I had to adopt her legally, and, oh, Omni, if I could have kept her. She was like my little own daughter to me, but what was there that I could do for her? An old Jew here in Delhi. Money, yes, but nothing else, and money is nothing. It broke my heart. She went northward by the middle way. You know what I mean by the middle way? Omni's expression was stone cold. He was speechless. He eyed Benjamin with a hard stare that had reached the rock bottom of revelation and disgust. He did not dare to speak. Having pledged his word in advance not to betray Benjamin's secrets, his word was good. There was no hesitation on that score. A deliberate promise, in his estimation, stood above all obligations, whatever the consequences to himself. But he felt that sickening sensation of having trusted a man who turned out to be rotten after all. He did not dare to say a word that might give Benjamin an inkling of his real feelings. He must use the man as an ally. In a way, he was indebted to him, for information as to the llama's real activities. No wonder the llama had kept so carefully aloof. Omni forced himself to smile, battling with the horror of the thought of being co-trustee with a Tibetan, who with his right hand helped to run a philanthropic mission, and with his left imported European girls, for the powers of evil only knew what purpose. There are other purposes as well as crude vice, for which children may be stolen, his own sister. "You say Tsiang Samdup is better than both of us," he remarked at last, surprised at the evenness of his own voice. "Much better," said Benjamin. "Ah, Omni, I see your face. Old I am, blind I am not. But listen, have you seen what happens to the children whose parents die or desert them? Not the children of the poor, the little girls who are well-born, who feel things that other children do not feel. I am a Jew, I know what feeling is. Ha! I have seen animals in cages who were happier. And what is happiness? Provision of necessities. Bah! They provide necessities for men in jail. And will you search in the jails to find happiness? I will show you thousands who have all they want and nothing that they need. You understand me, Tsiang Samdup?" "Never mind," said Omoni. "I'll find out for myself." He did not want to talk. He was afraid of what he might hear, still more of what he might say. There are some men who present an impassive face toward the world, who can face death grinning and are not afraid of the terror that moveth by night, or the pestilence that stalketh at noonday, who would rather be crucified than reveal the horror they have for a certain sort of traffic. Their emotion, too sacred or too profane to be discussed, is nameless, indescribable, only to be borne with set teeth. "Ah, I know," said Benjamin. "I know you, Omni. What I have said is secret. Therefore you don't wish to hear any more because you are too much a man to violate what is told in confidence. And you have made no promise to the llama. Am I right?" Omni nodded, grimly. That was the one bright point of light. "I could tell. I could tell much," Benjamin went on. "But I saw you shut your mind against me. As well pour oil on fire to put it out as talk to a man who mistrusts. Very well. We have been friends, you and I. Remember that, Omni. And now this. You believe in a devil, some kind of a devil. All Englishmen do. You believe I am a devil. Benjamin, your friend, whom you hid in a cave in your forest. Me and my wife and my daughter. We are devils. Very well. A promise that is made to the devil has not to be kept, Omni. Go and see for yourself. I will help you. When you have seen, you shall judge. Then after that, if you say I am a devil, you shall break your faith with me. You shall denounce me. I will let you be the judge." "Have you ever been into the Arbor country?" Omni asked. His voice was sullen now. There was a leaden note in it. "No," Benjamin answered. "And those children went to the Arbor country?" "Yes." "Then what proof have you of what the llama has done with them?" "Omni, as God is my witness, I have none. I think I am almost positively sure, but—" He paced the floor twice and then flung himself down on the blankets beside Omni, looking up into his face. He was afraid at that moment, if ever man was. "That is why I have told you. I swore never to tell. Find out, Omni. Tell the truth to me before I die. I am an old man, Omni. If I have been a devil, I will eat the shame to the last crumb. Omni, I swear, by my fathers, I swear I believe. I am almost positively sure." He buried his face in his hands, and there was silence, in which Omni could hear Diana's quiet breathing and his own heartbeats and the ticking of the watch in his vest pocket. When the actor, having thrown aside the costume and the wig, departs, is he a villain? Shall we take stones and murder him because for our amusement he enacted villainy? If he should act death in the play because decency demands that, do we therefore burn him afterward and curse his memory? And is his wife a widow? And is life not like the play? The gods who watch the drama know that somebody must play the villain's part, and somebody the pauper's. They reward men for the acting. He who acts a poor part well receives for his reward a more important part when his turn shall come to be born again into the world. He, therefore, who is wise, plays pauper, king, or villain with the gods in mind. From the Book of the Sayings of Tsiang Samdup. Chapter 9. Gupta Rao. Dawn came and no Dawataring. Pale light through cobwebbed windows drove the dark into corners and consumed it, until the devil mask on the wall over Omoni's head grinned like a living thing, and the street noises began, announcing that Delhi was awake. Diana stirred and sniffed, mistrusting her surroundings but patient so long as Omoni was satisfied to be there. Benjamin shuffled away to the stairs. The daughter came fussily, fatly hospitable, with chota hazri on the brass Benares tray, fruit, tea, biscuits, and a smile that would have won the confidence of Pharaoh, ruler of the Nile. But Omoni's heart had turned harder than Pharaoh's ever did. He could hardly force himself to be civil. He drank the tea and ate the fruit because he needed it, unconscious now of any ritual of friendship in the act, answering polite inquiries with blunt monosyllables, his mind and memory working furiously, independently of any efforts at conversation. His face was a mask, and a dull one at that, with no smile on it. The iron in him had absolute charge. He was not by any means the sort of man who flatters himself. "You damned deluded fool," he muttered pitilessly, and Diana opened one eye wide, awaiting action. He blamed himself as mercilessly as he always had been merciful to others for having acted as the llama Tsiang Samdup's foil for 20 years. Above all things, he despised a smug fool, and he called himself just that. He should have suspected the llama long ago. He should have seen through Benjamin. He had believed his trusteeship of the Tilggon mission was a clean and selfless contribution to the world's need. Why hadn't he resigned then from his government job long ago to devote his whole career to the trust he had undertaken? If he had done that, he knew no llama could have hoodwinked him. No little girls would have been smuggled then into the unknown by way of Tilggon. The self-accusation case hardened him. He set his teeth and almost physically reached out for the weapons of alertness, patience, persistence, cunning, with which he might redeem the situation. For redeem it he surely would, or else perish in the attempt. Exposure too soon would do no good. He needed full proof, and he cared less to punish the offenders than to rescue the children who had been carried off, and to make anything of the sort impossible in future, wondering as he considered that what anyone would be able to do for girls in their predicament. The early years are the most impressionable. Their characters would have been undermined. And then a worse thought, was Benjamin the only agent? There might be a regular market for European girls in that unknown corner of the earth, with secret agents supplying it from a dozen sources. If so, he felt and accepted his full share of responsibility. Who else could share it with him? Only Hannah Sanburn. She, too, had shielded the llama, and if ignorant of what was going on, might at least have suspected. And thoughts of Hannah Sanburn did not give comfort. He remembered now a dozen incidents that should have made him suspect her years ago. That look in her eyes, for instance, and her nervousness whenever he had urged her to bring about a meeting between the llama and himself. He recalled now how carefully she had always shepherded him through the mission under pretext of observing the proprieties. She had never given him a chance to talk alone with any of the mission girls, and like a fool, he had believed she did that to prevent the very suggestion of scandal from finding an excuse. He had admired her for it, but there was that room, or was it 2 rooms, near her own quarters that she had always kept locked, and that he had not cared to ask to inspect, because she said she kept her personal belongings in there. And now this story, told by Mrs. Cornock Campbell, a witness as trustworthy as daybreak, of a white girl named Elsa who spoke English and Tibetan, who had been to Lhasa, and who could draw, for he had seen the drawings, as masterfully as Michelangelo, and Hannah Sanburn's plea for secrecy, and the fact that McGregor had had suspicions. Marmaduke might not have been the father of this strange girl, But that did not preclude the possibility of Hannah Sanburn being the mother. It seemed likely, more than likely, that the llama possessed knowledge which enabled him to blackmail Hannah Sanburn. It was easy enough to understand how that well-bred New England woman would fight to preserve her good name, and how, if the llama had once tempted her into one false position, she could be terrified from bad to worse. There is more deliberate blackmail in the world than most of its indirect victims suspect. Nevertheless, Omni wondered that Hannah Sanburn should not have confided in himself. She might have known he would have shielded her and helped her to redeem the situation. She had had dozens of proofs of his friendship. He smiled rather grimly as he thought to what lengths he would have gone to shield and befriend Hannah Sanburn, and yet more grimly cynically, as it dawned on him to what lengths he might now have to go. Friendship is friendship, unto death if need be. Benjamin returned, and an hour's thought had had its effect on him too. His assistants came, and he chased them out on hurriedly invented errands, barring the shop door behind them. "I have sent for Maitreya," he announced, stroking his beard, watching Omni sidewise. He seemed to be not quite sure that Omni might not have changed his mind with daylight. "All right, hunt me out a costume." Omni stepped off the pile of blankets and began to strip himself. Benjamin's swift fingers sought and plucked along the shelves, selecting this and that until a little heap of clothing lay ready on a table, Omni saying nothing but observing almost savagely, like a caged man watching his meal prepared. "There, that is perfect," said Benjamin at last. "A dude, a dandy, such as actors are, aping the high caste, too educated to submit to inferiority. A little of this, a little of that fashionable, tolerated, half philosopher, half mountebank." Stark naked, Omni confronted him, and Benjamin betrayed the naked fear that has nothing to do with physical consequences. Omni looked straight into his eyes and analyzed it, as he had done 15 years ago when he protected Benjamin against accusers. "All right, Benjamin, I'll trust you this once more. But no flinching. See it through." He dressed himself, Benjamin watching alertly for the least mistake. But that was an art in which no man in the world could give Omni instruction. He knew costumes as some enthusiasts know postage stamps, and he bound on the cream-colored silk turban, without a glance in the mirror that Benjamin held for him. "I'll need an old trunk now, and 3 or 4 changes," he said abruptly. "No, cowhide won't do. No, there's glue in that imported thing. Observe caste prejudices, even if I'm supposed to have none. Basketwork's the stuff. That's it. Throw me in a trousseau." He began to pace the floor, adjusting himself to the costume, finding it not difficult. His natural sturdy gait, learned in forest lanes with a gun under his arm, suggested independence and alertness without a hint of drill, which is the secret of self-assurance. Add good manners to that and an intimate knowledge. There is not much acting needed. He looked stout and a bit important in the flowing cotton clothes. The short beard gave him dignity. His skin, weathered by 20 years of outdoor life, needed no darkening. Even his legs and his bare feet, thrust into red Morocco slippers, had the ivory color that belongs to most of the higher castes. And an actor must be of Brahmin or Kshatriya origin if he hopes to be admitted anywhere within the pale from which the lower castes are utterly excluded. His profession makes him technically unclean, but that is rather an advantage than a handicap. "And the name? The honored name?" asked Benjamin admiringly. "Gupta Rao. I'm a Bhat Brahmin of Rajputana." Benjamin sat down and laughed with his head to one side, nursing a knee. "Oh, you Omni! A Jew you should have been. Hey, yay, clever. Now who would have thought of that but you? Ya cha, Bhat Brahman, of whom even Rajas are afraid. Gossiping tongue, the privilege to slander. Ya kekeke, you are a clever one. Not even a Brahman will challenge you for fear you will make him a laughing stock. Ke ha ha, hey, hey, hey. Ah, but wait, wait. We forgot the pan. You must have a pouch to carry betel nut. And the caste mark. Keep still while I paint the caste mark." And then at last came Dawataring, not pleased with himself but trying to appear pleased, adjusting his eyes to the dimness as Benjamin let him in by the back door. "Where is Omoni?" He stared about him, brushed past Omni contemptuously, and at last saw the cast-off dinner jacket and white shirt. He broke into the jargon Hindustani that serves for lingua franca in that land of 100 tongues, chattering as he hurried along the passage past the stairs and back again. "Where is he? Is he hiding? Has he gone?" Then shouting at last in something near panic, "Oh, Omni!" He stared at Diana, but she gave him no information. She lay curled up on the floor, apparently asleep. Benjamin looked non-committal, busy considering something else. "Where is he? Thou?" the hillman demanded, coming to a stand in front of Omni and fingering the handle of his knife. The light was dim, just there where the saddles were piled in a 10-foot heap. "Would you know his voice?" asked Omni. "Aye, in a crowd." "Would you know his walk?" "None better." Seen from behind, when he is thinking, he rolls thus, like a bear. But who art thou? Where is he? Omni turned his back, walked to the heap of blankets by the wall, and sat down. "Would you know him sitting?" he asked casually. And suddenly it occurred to Dawataring that he was being questioned in his own tongue. "Thou!" he exclaimed. "Well, may the devils destroy the place! Art thou then a magician?" He sniffed 3 times. "Not even the smell is the same. Was it the Jew who worked the magic? Art thou truly Omni?" "No, I'm changed. I'm Gupta Rao. If you ever call me Omni again without my permission, I will bring to pass a change in your affairs that you will remember. Do you understand?" "Gupta Rao, huh? A change, eh? And that is not a bad idea. Change me, thou. There are many garments in this place. Buy me some of them. That llama played a dirty trick on me. He has vanished. I found his chela samding, and I told him the llama owes me 2 months' pay, and I said, 'Where is the llama?' But Samding, standing by a covered bullock cart, but the cart was empty, for I looked, laughed at me and said nothing. I would have killed him if I had not thought of that letter, which you said the llama must receive. So I slapped Samding's face with the letter and threw it on the ground in front of him, and bade him pick it up and find the llama or take the consequences. And he said, with that mild voice of his, that I had become very reckless all at once, so I hustled him a time or two, hoping to make him strike me, that I might with justice strike him back. But he has no fight in him. He picked up the letter holding it thus because there was dirt on it, and he hates to soil his hands. And he said to me, 'The llama has no further use for you.' Do you hear that, thou? What is thy new name? Gupta Rao. Did you ever hear the like of it for impudence? You wonder, I suppose, why I didn't smite Samding there and then, so that the llama would have no further use for him. Trust me, I would have done. But 2 great devils of Tibetans came out of a doorway and seized me from behind. Lo, before I could draw my knife, they had hurled me into a party of Sikh soldiers who were passing, so that I broke up their formation, they blaming me for it, which is just like Sikhs. And it isn't wise to argue with too many Sikhs, so I ran. Now, what is thy name again? Gupta Rao? Well, it would now be fitting to disguise me, so that I may come on that llama and his chela and the whole brood of them unawares. Then let us see what one man can do to half a dozen. Omni got up and began to pace the floor again. It would be difficult to disguise Dawataring, even if that were advisable, for the man had a swagger that was as much a part of him as his huge frame, and a simplicity that underlay and would inevitably shine through all cunning. Yet the man would be useful, since he knew more than a little about the llama's goings and comings. And once in the hills, where a man without an armed friend has a short life and a sad one as a rule, he would be almost indispensable. He had not made up his mind what to do when one of Benjamin's assistants hammered on the shop door and announced Maitreya. Dawataring sat down beside Diana, who seemed to have decided he was tolerable, and Maitreya entered stagily as if he thought he were a god or wished other people to believe him one. He was not a very big man, but he had a trick of filling up the doorway and pausing there before he strode into the room to seize by instinct the most conspicuous position and command all eyes. His face was rather wrinkled, but he was richly clothed in new Tussore silk, with a gorgeous golden cummerbund, and his gallant bearing tried to give the lie to 50 years. There were marks on his handsome face that suggested debauch, but might have been due to former hardship. His manner on the whole was one of dignity and conscious worthiness. One could tell at a glance what were his views on the actor's art and on the position that actors should hold in the community. In another land, He would have pestered the politicians for a knighthood. A pair of gorgeous black eyes that he knew how to use with effect glowed under a heavy lock of black hair that he had carefully arranged to fall in apparent carelessness beneath his turban. "You wish to see me, Benjamin?" His voice was tragic, his language Urdu, his diction refined to the verge of pedantry. Benjamin signed to him to be seated on a heap of blankets, but he declined the invitation like Caesar refusing a throne, except that Caesar could not have done it with such supermodesty. "May all the glorious gods, and above all friendly, fortunate Ganesha, have worked on you and made you change your mind, O stubborn Benjamin. Father of moneybags, provider of finery for entertaining fools, patient but too cautious Benjamin. May all the gods melt butter on you for your former trust in me, Maitreya, and may they also melt your heart. I need you, Benjamin. I have a bargain with that llama struck and bound. The man is crazy and a traitor to all his gods, but he knows a little. God knows they will tear him between wild asses for debauching his religion when he gets back to Tibet. Believe me or not, Benjamin, although I hope my word rings unsuspicious in your ears, he leans toward modern views. Can you imagine that? In a ring-ding llama from Tibet. He proposes just what I have always preached, to moderate the ancient plays, retaining their charm and morality, but making them comprehensible. The man is mad, mad as an American, but genuinely gifted with imagination. It will make me famous, Benjamin." "Does he offer to pay you?" Benjamin asked dryly. "Richly. Princely, like a Maharaja, with the difference, that he will settle regularly, instead of forcing me to borrow from his special moneylenders, as the Rajas do, while I await his slow convenience. I tell you, Benjamin, the Lord Ganesha surely smiled on me in the hour of this llama's birth." "Did you ask for money in advance?" asked Benjamin. "Not I, Benjamin. What do you mistake me for? A parasite, a beggar, a man without dignity, a hanger-on of some courtesan? Nay, nay, I remembered my blessed friend Benjamin, who likes to do business at a reasonable profit, and who will be glad to advance me a little more in order that I may pay what I already owe. Are we not good friends, Benjamin? Have I ever defrauded you or told you a word of untruth?" "A man's word and his deed should be one," Benjamin answered. "I hold your hundis that you have not paid. There is interest due on them." "True, Benjamin, true. I have been unfortunate. Who could have foretold smallpox, the death of 3 actors, and the burning of a theatre? But another might have repudiated, Benjamin. Another might have told you to hunt for your money where the smallpox and the fire are born. Kaylee can care for her own. Did I repudiate? Did I not come and tell you I will pay in time?" "The worst is, you are not the only one," said Benjamin. "I have another here who is heavily in my debt, although a famous actor, more famous than you and a much finer artist. This is Gupta Rao Sahib of Bikaner." "I never heard of him," said Maitreya, looking slightly scandalized, although prepared to condescend. "He is a very great actor," said Benjamin. Whereat Omni bowed with becoming gravity, and Maitreya took his measure up and down. "Does he act in that beard?" he inquired. "I have lately been acting the part of an Englishman," said Omni, "and his Urdu was as perfect and pedantic as Maitreya's." "An Englishman? There are few who can do that with conviction." Maitreya stepped back a pace. "You don't look like an Englishman. No wonder you grew a beard. That is the only way you could have carried off the part at all without looking foolish. It takes a man of my proportions to play an Englishman properly. I have been told that I excel at it. I played once before the officers of a cavalry regiment at Poona, and they assured me they believed I was an English gentleman until I stepped down off the stage. Watch this." Maitreya inserted an imaginary monocle and gave an outrageous caricature of a stock Englishman, as portrayed in comic papers on the European continent. "Goddamn fine weather, eh? Not bad, eh? What?" "I see you are a genius," said Omni. "I could not do it nearly so well as that." "No, I dare say not. The actor's is an art that calls for technique. However, I dare say you are good in conventional parts," said Maitreya, mollified. "I have seen him, and I am a good judge of such matters," said Benjamin. "What I have to say to you, Maitreya, is that I am anxious about the money which you and Gupta Rao owe me." Benjamin put on his extra calculating air that Jews use to make their customers believe there is something as yet undecided, an alternative course, less profitable to the customer. It is the oldest trick in the world, much older than Moses. Maitreya showed furtive alarm. My son-in-law is away on a long journey. It is costing too much. I need the money, Benjamin went on. I will not advance you more. No, not a rupee more. Unless, said Maitreya. He was watching the old Jew's face, flattering himself that he could read behind the mask and swallowing the bait as simply as a hungry fish. Unless you take Gupta Rao with you, I could give him small parts, said Maitreya, cautiously, yet with a gorgeous magnanimity. As leading actor, Benjamin went on a leading actor's salary, so that he may have a chance to pay me what he owes. But I must first see him act, Maitreya objected. I promised the llama a company of actors second to none, and on this new hundi both your names must go, said Benjamin, so that you are both responsible, and I can take a lien on Gupta Rao's salary if I so wish. That stipulation started a long-winded argument, in which Omni joined sufficiently to add confusion to it, and support Benjamin by pretending to support Maitreya. Benjamin's investment in costumes, theatrical properties, and cash might be considerable, and there was no reason why the shrewd old merchant should not protect himself. At the end of an hour of expostulation, imprecation, gesticulation, and general pandemonium, Benjamin had his way, vowing he had never made a more unprofitable bargain in his life, and Maitreya was convinced that Gupta Rao had at least a rich vocabulary. Moreover, as fellow victims of necessity, with their names on a joint promissory note, they had an excuse for friendship, of which Omni took full advantage. Being of Brahmin origin, of course I have access to inner circles and enjoy privileges that are denied to you, and if I were an ordinary Brahmin, I would not join forces with you. But we Bhatts consider ourselves above caste, and when we find an outcast of merit and distinction, such as you evidently are, we believe it no dishonor to befriend him. You will find it a great advantage to have me in your company, and for many reasons. Maitreya was readily convinced of that. A Bhatt enjoys more privileges than any Skald did in the Viking days, for there is none who dares to call him in question. And nowadays, at least in northern India, there is no authority that can discipline him. An orthodox Brahmin is very easily kept within bounds, and it is next to impossible for a man of lower caste to pose as a Brahmin successfully, because at the first suggestion of suspicion, he would be questioned narrowly and be required to give substantial proofs. If the proofs were not forthcoming, the Brahmins would simply close their ranks against him. But who shall challenge the College of Heralds on points of etiquette? The very pundits themselves, who are the fountainheads of orthodoxy, are at the mercy of the Bhatts. A pundit who should challenge a Bhatt's veracity or privilege would lay himself open to such scurrilous attack, in song and jest and innuendo, as he could never stand against. He would be in the position of a public man in Europe or America who should dare to defy the newspapers. The only limits to a Bhatt's audacity are imposed by his own intelligence and his own gift of invective. He may act, sing, dance in public and be undefiled. He may accept gifts whose very shadow no orthodox Brahmin would dare to let fall on his doorstep. And that source of strength is the secret of his weakness at the same time, since, like the press that accepts paid advertising, he has to be careful whose corns he crushes. Maitreya, finding himself linked with this Gupta Rao by a contract, which Benjamin would certainly enforce, began at once to take good care to establish cordial relations. He was even deferent in his remarks about the beard. Beautiful it is, and manly, good to see Gupta Rao, but for certain parts and certain purposes, will it not be inconvenient? Omni conceded that point. He withdrew to a little dark room and removed the beard by candlelight, using a razor belonging to one of Benjamin's assistants, and, since the skin was paler where the hair had been, rubbing on a little dark stain afterward. While that was going on, Maitreya was regaled by Benjamin with accounts of Gupta Rao's audacity and influence. Then why is he not rich? Maitreya asked. These Bhatts are notorious for luxury. Everybody gives them presents, to keep their tongues from wagging. That is just it, Benjamin explained. Too much luxury, too many gifts. It spoils them. This one is a gambler and a patron of the courtesans, who favor him exceedingly. Chai yai yay, what a weakness is the love of women! But he is on his good behavior at present because, says he, a Bikaniri broke his heart. But the truth is, she only emptied his pockets. And that great dog? Maitreya asked. To whom does that belong? Benjamin stroked his beard and hesitated, but Omni had heard every word of the conversation through the thin partition. And that great savage beside the dog, that northerner, who is he? Asked Maitreya. Omni emerged, having reached a conclusion at last as to what should be done with Dawataring and Diana. I must count on your honor's sympathy and goodwill, he said, smiling at Maitreya rather sheepishly. That hound is the agent of Hanuman. The man from Spiti is a simpleton whose service is to keep the hound in good health and to assist with occasional amorous errands. Our friend Benjamin has not told all the truth, whose heart is broken while he can communicate with his beloved. Maitreya smiled. He had acted in too many plays in which the plot consisted of intrigue between man and woman, not to accept that sort of story at face value. Life to him was either drama or else mere drudgery. Omni excused himself to go and talk with Dawataring. Now this dog is used to a dog boy, he said sternly. Moreover, she will do as I say, and if you are kind to her, she will be tolerant of you. Diana smelt Omni over inquisitively. The strange clothes puzzled her, but, having nosed them thoroughly, she lay down again and waited. She is an incarnation of a devil, said Dawataring. I am sure of it. Quite right, but she is a very friendly devil to her friends. I am going to tell her to look after you, and she will do it, and I order you to look after her. Keep the fleas off her. Attend to it that she is clean and comfortable. What then? The Jew shall provide you with new clothing after you have cleaned yourself. When I go presently with that man Maitreya, you are to remain here, and you will see that the dog will remain with you willingly. At the proper time you are to come and find me. But how, Omoni? How shall I find you? Don't call me Omoni. Remember that. My name is Gupta Rao. That makes you even more difficult to find. You are going to learn what the dog can do. When I send a messenger, the dog will follow him, but you are to remain here. Do you understand? You are not to move away on any condition. When it suits my convenience, the dog will return to this place alone and will bring you to wherever I may happen to be. Do you understand? No, I don't understand, but I will wait and see, said Dawataring. I think you would make a good thief on the tea-reins, I mean Gupta Rao. Men agree that prostitution is an evil, and they who know more than I do have assured me this opinion is right. But there are many forms of prostitution, and it may be that among the least of them is that of women, bad though that is. I have seen men sell their souls more inexcusably than women sell their bodies, and with more disastrous consequences, to themselves and to the buyer. From the Book of the Sayings of Chiang Samdup. Chapter 8. Vasanta Sena. It took 5 minutes to convince Diana that she was henceforth responsible for Dawataring, but once that fact had been absorbed, she accepted the duty without complaint. There was no whimper from the hound when Omni accepted Maitreya's invitation to go in search of the llama. He and Maitreya, side by side in a tikka gari, drove through the crowded streets, now and then passing Englishmen whom Omni knew well. Members of the mercantile community, Muslims as well as Hindus, bowed to Maitreya from open shop windows or from the thronged sidewalk as if he were a royal personage. Men who would not have let his clothing touch them because of the resulting caste defilement were eager to have it known that they were on familiar terms with him, for a popular actor is idolized not only in the West. You see, they know me, said Maitreya proudly. Men whose names I can't remember pay me homage. Actors are respected more than kings and priests, and justly so. They rule badly and teach nonsense. It is we who interpret, we who hold example up to them. The man's vanity delivered him tied and bound to Omni's chariot wheels. There was nothing to do but flatter him, and he would tell all he knew, accepting the flatterer as guide philosopher and friend appointed for his comfort by the glorious gods. I am surprised that a man of your attainments should condescend to employment by this llama person, said Omni. Of course, if you are willing, so am I, but how did it come about? You would never believe. He is a very strange llama, more unusual than rain in a hot weather or the sun at midnight. But I have a gift for attracting unusual people. By Jinendra Gupta Rao, I have never seen the like of him, even in these days when everything is upside down. He has a chela by the name of Samding, who has more genius in his little finger than any dozen statesmen have in their whole bodies. Not that it would do to tell him so. I don't believe in flattering beginners. They can't stand it. And he lacks experience. That llama must be a very expert teacher. The first time I met him, he was one of a crowd who watched me act Charudatta in the toy cart, a part that I excel in. Afterward, he invited me to witness a performance in private by his chela, and I went with him to a mysterious place kept by some Tibetans at the end of a stone courtyard. The sort of place where you would expect to be murdered for your shoe leather, a place that smelt of rancid butter and incense and donkey stables. Woof! I shudder now to think of it. But the chela was marvelous, calm. You never saw such equipoise, such balance of all the faculties, and a voice as if a god were speaking. The middle note, true as a bell, like a gong to begin with every time, rising and lowering from that with utter certainty. Half tones, quarter tones, passion, pathos, scorn, command, exhilaration, laughter like a peal of bells. Wait till you have heard it, Gupta Rao. You will be as thrilled as I was. You will say I did not exaggerate. Perfect. If only success doesn't turn the boy's head. What language? Asked Omni. Prepare to be amazed. Ancient Sanskrit, modern Urdu, with equal fluency and equal grace, distinct enunciation, and a command of gesture that expresses everything, so that you know what he will say before he speaks. But that is not all. I tell you, he is marvelous. He has the modern touch. He understands how to play an ancient part so that it means something to the uninitiated. I am already jealous of him. I tell you, when that boy has had the advantage of my instruction for a while, he will be great, the greatest actor in the world. What proposal did the llama make? Asked Omni. A crazy one. I told you the man is mad. He proposes to give free entertainments on tour at places selected by himself for an indefinite period. I am to provide a troupe of excellent actors for whom I am to be responsible. There are to be 3 women among them, but the dancers will be provided by the llama, as also the music, and Samding the chela is to play the leading female parts. I'm surprised he takes any women at all, said Omoni. There's a prejudice against actresses. They're always a nuisance. Properly trained boys are better. If a man plays leading woman, the women will only make him look absurd by contrast. Well, that is his affair. I suggested that, but the llama insisted, and mad though he undoubtedly is, he knows his own mind, and is shrewd in some respects. I lied to Benjamin when I said I had not asked for money in advance. I did my best to hold out for that, naturally. But I suspect the llama knows a lot about me, and he certainly knows Benjamin. He told me to go to Benjamin and to get what credit I may need from him. Do you see the idea? If he and Benjamin have a private understanding, that gives him an extra hold over me. It makes me practically powerless to oppose him in anything, however ridiculous his demands may turn out to be. You see, I have to pay Benjamin's bill. However, here we are. And where they were was not the least surprising feature of the mystery. The Tikka-gari drew up at an arched gate in a high wall, over which trees leaned in well cared for profusion. There were cut flowers tucked into the carving on the arch, and blossoms strewn on the sidewalk. A dozen carriages, most of them with thoroughbred horses, waited in line near the gate, and the dazzling sun projected on the white wall shadows of 30 or 40 men in turbans of every imaginable color, who seemed to have nothing to do but to lounge near the entrance. Some of them nodded at Maitreya, several salaamed to him, 1 or 2 were at pains to stare insolently. In the gateway was a fat chuprasi with a lemon-colored silk scarf and the whitest clothes that ever any man wore, whiter than the wall and starched stiff. He stood guard over about 50 pairs of slippers, most of which were expensive, and nearly all of which looked new. There was no question as to what kind of a house it was, or rather palace, and there was music tinkling in a courtyard, which confirmed the general impression. Vasantasena's birthday, said Maitreya. They began to celebrate at dawn. But what does that matter? We are not rich fools who have to race to do the fashionable thing. Our presence honors her, however late we come. Have you a present ready? Lend me a piece of gold, will you? Where should I get gold? Asked Omni, instantly aware that he was teetering on the edge of his first mistake. Maitreya cocked a wondering eye at him. It was quite clear that he knew all about a bat's resources, even if the bat himself, for unimaginable reasons, should choose to have forgotten them. I will improvise a poem in her honor, Omni explained. Women enjoy poems, and I am good at them. Give me a glimpse of her, and then see. Ah, but they like the poem gilded. Women are practical. Moreover, I am no poet, said Maitreya. Now, one gold piece from each of us. Omni smiled. Without the beard, he looked as obstinate as ever, but humorous lines were revealed at the corners of his mouth which the beard had hidden. He decided to put his disguise to a severe test now, while the consequences of detection might not be too disastrous. All right, he said, kicking off his slippers under the archway and accepting the Chuprasi's salam with a patronizing nod, as if the fellow were dirt beneath his sacred feet. I will attend to it. Beyond the arch there was a small paved courtyard, around the walls of which were flowers growing in painted wooden troughs. There were several tradesmen squatting there with trays of jewelry in front of them, silver and even golden images of gods, and all sorts of valuable gifts that a visitor might buy to lavish on the lady who kept house within. The tradesmen were noisy and sarcastic when not patronized. Maitreya bridled, his vanity not proof against insinuations that he probably had squandered all his fortune long ago on much less lovely women. But one hard stare from Omni, and the banter ceased. I will sing a song to Vasantasena about the jackals at her gate, he said sternly, whereat one of them offered him money, and another tried to thrust a silver image of a god into his hands. But he brushed all those offers aside. Shall a Bhat Brahmin take gifts from such as you? He demanded. Pranam, pranam, ponlagi, they murmured, raising both hands to their foreheads, whereat he blessed them, as a Brahmin is obliged to, with a curt phrase that means, victory be unto you. And he and Maitreya passed on through another arch into a courtyard 50 feet square. There was a fountain in the midst, around which about a dozen well-dressed Hindus were gossiping. I would have taken the fool's money, said Maitreya. Are you not entitled to it? Omni glanced at him contemptuously. A tiger, if he wishes, may eat mice, he answered. A bear may eat frogs if he likes them. A pig eats all things. Maitreya looked chastened. There came across the courtyard, swaggering toward them, an heir to an ancient throne, in rose-pink turban and silken breeches, with silver spurs nearly 6 inches long, and a little black moustache on his lazy face that looked as if it had been stuck on there with glue. He whacked his long boots with a rhino-hide riding whip and rolled a little in his gait, as if it were almost too much trouble to support his vice-exhausted frame. He was for passing without notice, but Omni stood by the fountain and mocked him. He knew that youngster, knew him well. Do they still wean young princes on camel's milk and whiskey in Telangana? He asked tartly. I have heard tales of changelings. Return, O treasure of a midwife, and hear me sing a song. I know a good one. The gossipers around the fountain pricked their ears. The prince seemed to come out of a daydream. Ah, oh, I kiss feet, he exclaimed, and made as if to pass on. But Omni was determined to try his hand to a conclusion. Those boots are not respectful. They offend me, he sneered. Are they cowskin? They look like it. Oh, damn, remarked the prince in English. Here, take this and confer a blessing, he went on in Urdu, diving into his pocket. Gold, warned Omni. I declare you gave gold to the woman in there. All fees are payable in gold. Gold? I have none. You must take this, said the prince, and passed a handful of crumpled paper money. Pranam. Victory be unto you, said Omni. accepting it, and the prince made his escape, muttering under his breath at the insolence of Brahmans and of Bhats in particular. "But paper money is no good," Maitreya objected. "I have paper money," he added, lying for vanity's sake. But Omni was creeping into the Bhat Brahman part. "Why didn't you say so?" "Go and buy mohurs, then, from the sonar at the gate," he retorted. "Nay, Gupta Rao, you said you would provide the presents." "It is only fair. You owe me a consideration. And besides, now I come to think of it, I left most of my money at home." Omni thrust the paper money contemptuously into Maitreya's hands, smiling in a way that spared the actor no embarrassment. "Go and buy mohurs at the gate," he said. "I wait here." Maitreya returned presently with 4 gold coins and offered 2 of them. "The sonar cheated me. He cheated like a dog," he grumbled. But Omni shrugged his shoulders and waved the coins aside. "Give them all to the woman. I have another way to make her smile," he said, looking important. Maitreya approached humility as closely as professional pride would permit. "It occurs to me I did not ask a blessing when we first met. I crave forgiveness. Your honor was so unusually free from false pride that I overlooked the fact you are a Brahmin. Pranam." Omni murmured the conventional curt blessing and dismissed the apology as if it were beneath notice. They passed into another courtyard on which awninged windows opened from 3 sides. In a corner, a dozen musicians were raising bedlam on stringed instruments, their tune suggestive of Western jazz but tainted too, like Hawaiian music, with a nauseating missionary lilt. Fashionable India, in the shape of 30 or 40 younger sons of over-rich Hindus and a sprinkling of middle-aged roués, was amusing itself in a bower of roses and strong-smelling jasmine, while in a corner of the courtyard opposite the music 3 girls were dancing more modestly than the scene would have led a censor of morals to expect. It was a gorgeous scene, for the sun beat down on a blaze of turbans and the awnings cast purple shadows that made it all seem unreal, like a vision of ancient history. Maitreya was greeted noisily by a dozen men. He bowed to them right and left, as if accepting applause as he entered a stage from the wings. The girls danced more vigorously, under the eyes of an expert now, whose approval might be of more than momentary value. Professional zeal took hold of the musicians. The tune grew louder and less careless. "Beware! Vasanta Sena is in a Begum's fury," someone shouted. "None can satisfy her." Prince Govinda of Telangana gave her a quart of gold mohurs, and she sent him away because he had dared to call on her in riding boots. "I advise you to try her with 2 quarts of gold and to crawl on your belly." A stone stair gave onto the courtyard, through a doorway guarded by 2 tall serving men, immaculate proud images of stern propriety, turbaned and sashed with blazing silk. They looked incapable of smiling or of anything except the jobs they held, but as gilt, as it were, on the surface of sin, they were unsurpassable. Omni's disguise and manner aroused no suspicion, although swift suspicion was what they drew wages for, and they would have thrown him out into the street if as much as a suggestion had crossed their minds that he might be a European. They scrutinized Maitreya and Omni, and passed them as autocratically as if they were masters of ceremony passing judgment on attendance at a royal levee. But royal levees are easier for outsiders to attend than that one was, and royalty, even in India, is shabby nowadays because its power is at most a shadow of the past, and its forms mean nothing more than a cheap desire by unimportant folk to strut in a reflected pseudo-glory. Kings and conquerors go down, but whoever thinks that the power of the Pompadours has waned knows very little of the world or human nature. Vasantasena wielded more influence and could pull more hidden wires than any dozen Maharajas, and the court she kept, if rather less splendid than a royal one, was alive with the mysterious magnetism of actual personal power. It was almost tangible, and much more visible than if she had been surrounded by men in armor. Upstairs there was no attempt at glittering display, but art and old-world luxury in every considered detail. A hall, panelled in carved teak and hung with rawalia, woven curtains and a silver lamp on heavy silver chains, conveyed no suggestion of wickedness. A Christian bishop could have trodden the soft Persian rug, had he dared, and have imagined himself in the midst of sanctity. But as Omni and Maitreya reached the stairhead, the curtains facing them across the hall were parted, and a girl peeped through whom hardly a Wahhabi ascetic would associate with thoughts of paradise. She was much too paganly aware that life is laughter, and that men are amusing creatures to be criticized by standard formula. And she looked like a mother-of-pearl Undine faintly veiled in mist, one of those fabled spirits who may receive a human soul perhaps someday by marriage with a mortal, when she slipped out through the curtains and stood more or less revealed. She was clothed and from head to foot, but not in obscurity. She greeted Maitreya with a smile of recognition that suggested no familiarity. She was friendly, but perfectly sure of herself, and as sure of his unimportance. Then she glanced at Omni, observed the caste mark on his forehead, and made him a little mock salam, covering her eyes with both hands and murmuring pranam. "This is Gupta Rao Sahib. The joy of Asia will be pleased to see us both," said Maitreya, assuming his courtliest air, whereat the girl laughed at him. "She is not so easily pleased," she answered, glancing at Maitreya's hand. There was not much that her dark eyes missed. He gave her one of the gold mohurs, and then she stared straight at Omni. Maitreya nudged him, trying to slip a mohur into his hand. But if you are to act the part of a Bhat Brahmin, it is as well not to begin by bribing anyone who can be overawed. "I have a song to sing," said Omni. "Shall I include you in it? Shall I add a verse concerning—" Swiftly she drew the curtain back and, laughing impudently over shoulder at him, signed to him rather than to Maitreya to follow her down a short, wide corridor to a door at the end that stood slightly ajar, and through which came a murmur of voices. Through that she led without ceremony into a square room in which half a dozen men were seated on a long cushioned divan beneath a window at the farther end. They were wealthy, important-looking men, one or two of middle age. Girls, dressed as unobscurely as the one who had acted guide, were passing to and fro with cigarettes and sitting down between whiles on heaped cushions near the men's feet. In the center of the room, a white-robed Hindu was making two costumed monkeys perform tricks, solemnly watched by the men in the window, who took scant notice of Omni and Maitreya. Vasantasena was not there. Her richly draped divan under a peacock-colored canopy at the end of the room facing the window was vacant, although two girls with jeweled fans lounged on cushions, one on either side of it, as if she were expected to come presently. The sharp cries of the man with the monkeys and the occasional giggle of a girl punctuated an underhum of murmured conversation from the men by the window. The atmosphere was loaded with dim incense and cigarette smoke, blown into spirals of bluish mist by a punkah that swung lazily, pulled by a cord through a hole in the wall. Omni sat down cross-legged on a cushioned couch against the wall midway between the window and Vasantasena's divan, and Maitreya followed suit. Two girls, possessed of patronizing smiles, brought cigarettes and a little golden lamp to light them by. It was 60 seconds before Omni grew aware of the essential fact. He lit a cigarette and blew smoke through his nose before he dared to look a second time for fear of betraying interest. Having satisfied himself that Maitreya was studying the girls with an air of professional judgment, assumed for the perfectly evident purpose of disguising a middle-aged thrill, and that after one glance none of the men in the window was in the least interested in himself, Omni let his eyes wander again toward the darkest corner of the room beyond Vasantasena's divan. There, on a mat on the floor, sat no other than the Ringding Gelong Llama, Tsiang Samdup, with his Chela Samding beside him. They sat still, like graven images. The llama's face was such a mass of unmoving wrinkles that it looked like a carved pine knot with the grain exposed. He was dressed in the same snuff-colored robe that he wore when Omni first saw him in Chhatterchand's back room, and if he was not daydreaming, oblivious to all surroundings, he gave a marvelous imitation of it. The chela was equally motionless, but less in shadow, and his eyes were missing no detail of the scene. They were keen and bright, expressing alert intelligence, and each time Omni looked away, he was aware that they were watching him with a curiosity no less intense than his own, but they refused to meet his. Whenever he looked straight at the chela, although he could not detect movement, he was sure the eyes were looking elsewhere. He was also very nearly sure that Samding whispered to the llama. The calm lips parted a trifle, showing beautifully even white teeth. But the llama made no acknowledgement. "What is the llama doing in this place?" he asked. "I don't know," said Maitreya, "but he told me to meet him here. Many important plans are laid in this place." "Ah, here she comes." Maitreya was nervous, suffering from something akin to stage fright, which consumes the oldest actors on occasion. It was clear enough that, though he had been in the place before, it was rather as an entertainer than a guest, and he was not quite sure now how to behave himself. He tried to shelter himself behind Omni, to push him forward as everyone rose to his feet. Everyone, that is, except the llama and Samding, who appeared to be glued to the mat. But Omni was no man's fool to rush in where Maitreya feared to tread. He wanted time for observation. He laughed aloud and swung Maitreya forward by the elbow, arousing a ripple of merriment from the women, as a door opened behind where the llama was sitting and Vasantasena entered to a chorus of flattering comment from everyone. She was worth running risks to see, as gracious, modest to the eye and royal-looking as her attendant women were the opposite. Her dress was not diaphanous and not extravagant. She wore no jewelry except a heavy gold chain reaching from her shoulders to her waist, long earrings of aquamarine, plain gold bangles on her wrists, and one heavy jeweled bracelet on her right ankle. From head to knees, she was draped in a pale blue silk shawl that glittered with sequins. By far her most remarkable feature was her eyes, that were as intelligent as Samding's, or almost. But her whole face was lit up with intelligence, though as for good looks in the commonplace acceptance of the term, there was none. She was too dynamic to be pretty, too imperious to arouse impertinent emotions. She was of the type that could have ruled a principality of Rajasthan in the days before those hotbeds of feudalism went under in a cycle of decay. She took her seat under the canopy, settled herself on one elbow among the cushions, with one small henna-stained foot projecting over the edge of the divan, noticed Maitreya and suddenly smiled. That explained her. Her smile was the miracle of Asia, the expression of the spirit of the East that so few casual observers catch, a willingness to laugh, a knowledge that the whole pageant of life is only Maya after all and not to be taken too seriously, satisfaction that the sins of this life may be wiped out in the next, and that all inequalities adjust themselves ultimately. The true philosophy is sterner stuff than that. But it was impossible to see that smile of hers and not understand why men of the world paid her homage and tribute. She could see through any make-believe and pardon any crime but impudence. One could see how she wielded more power than 1,000 priests and would very likely work less evil in the end, although fools were likely to go to swifter ruin in her company than elsewhere. She had force of character, and that is very bad for fools. Maitreya bowed and stepped forward, for Omni shoved him. The birthday tribute she had levied already that morning lay in a silver bowl on a little table to her right. Maitreya advanced to add his mite to it, bowed to her profoundly as he passed, and dropped his coins on top of the yellow heap, murmuring platitudes. "3 mohurs!" exclaimed one of the fangirls, and the men near the window laughed. "Liar!" Maitreya cried indignantly. "I threw in 5. 3, the girl repeated, laughing scornfully, whereat every other woman in the room except Vasantasena, who ignored the whole transaction, mocked him, and he went and sat down on the floor near the llama with his back against the wall, scowling as if poison and daggers were his only joy. That left Omni on his feet, wondering whether the powers that had treated him exceedingly well in all emergencies until that moment would still stand by. It would not be correct to say his heart was in his mouth. It was pumping like a big ship's engines, humming in his ears, and if it had not suddenly occurred to him that this woman was possibly one of the llama's agents for the traffic in white children, he might have surrendered to nervousness. He forgot that she was too young to have had any hand in the incidents that Benjamin had told about, remembered only that the llama was there in her house, and that a Bhat Brahman's tongue should be readier than nitroglycerin to go off and shake the pillars of any society. O brighter than the stars, O shadow of Parvati, "O dew upon the jasmine blossoms," he began, "I bring a greater gift than gold." He was surprised by the ringing arrogance of his own voice. Vasantasena smiled. No man that day had dared to come empty-handed, yet with his mouth so full of brave words. The company had bored her. Here was a man who held out promise of amusement. "What is greater than gold?" she inquired in tones that came rolling from her throat like organ music. And on the instant he challenged her. "Reputation," he answered. "Shall I sing thine? For thou and I are both from Rajasthan, O moon of men's desire." She frowned and did not answer for a moment. It is quite in order to sing poems to a lady on her birthday, but it is not bad policy sometimes to know the words of the poem before giving a Bhat Brahmin leave to sing. What scandal they don't know they are almost always willing to invent. "What is thy name?" she inquired, smiling again. "Gupta Rao." Her brows grew reminiscent, as if the name suggested vague connection with the past. She seemed not quite able to place it, but the men in the window scented a delicious piece of scandal and began calling for the song, and that naturally settled it. She was not going to be made foolish before a crowd. "Did you not come with Maitreya?" she asked quietly. "Is your business not with Siang Samdup?" "Subject to the mirror of heaven's smile," said Omini, making an obeisance that verged on the brink of mockery. She raised her voice, not very loud, but so that it vibrated with power. "The noblemen who have honored me will find good entertainment in the inner courtyard. I will send down word as soon as I crave to rejoice in your lordship's smiles again." Without a murmur, the guests got to their feet and bowed themselves out. If she had been an empress, they could not have been more complacently obedient. They went with side glances at Omini and nods to one another, implying that a great deal went on at times in that room that they would give their ears to know. But on the whole, they more resembled overgrown children turned out to play than middle-aged, bearded courtiers given temporary leave of absence. The most important thing is silence. In the silence, wisdom speaks, and they whose hearts are open understand her. The brave man is at the mercy of cowards, and the honest man at the mercy of thieves, unless he keeps silence. But if he keeps silence, he is safe, because they will fail to understand him, and then he may do them good without their knowing it, which is a source of true humor and contentment. From the Book of the Sayings of Tsiang Samdup.